Commander Black, personal log 2021.15.09. Well, we've taken over the Creel homeworld. We've crippled the Xerax. We've crippled the traders. We've taken on the Brotherhood of Far. And yet, still, I have no answers. There is another faction in the universe that has knowledge, and that is the Tesh. And so, I think to find our answers, we might have to go after them. Ida's not done compiling the data, so I don't know what we've learned until we have all the pieces of the picture. But until then, we fight on. End log. That's the suit. Can I get a visual, please? There we go. Good.
You have accomplished nothing. Literally nothing. Like, nothing at all. Nothing. It does nothing. Nothing at all.
Hello, Squiz. How you doing? Good morning, Ida.
Yes, Commander. It is.
Excellent. Ida, turn light on. Thank you. Alright. Well, oh, this is the wrong side. We need to be on the other side. Really need to have a walkway in between, so I don't have to actually go outside. Probably should have scanned before stepping outside. You never know what might shoot me. Alright. Go. And let's see. Ida, open control panel. Main.
Control panel main section open.
Thank you. Close window. Alright. Well, we pretty much cleared a lot of this. And I was considering taking the planet. After all, I think this is the home world. Ida, open map. Ida, open map. Doesn't really tell me. Yeah, it is the far home world. Alright. Close window. Let's take a look. Quite a few POIs here. Hey, Ron. How's it going? I'm doing well. How about you? The Bazaar of Far. That's funny. So I'm guessing trading. Am I still targeting generators? Excellent. Well, that's good to hear. And we are targeting drones. Good. Okay. As far as might, that's just a turret. Huh. Well, you know target. Why are they not firing now? Oh, thanks for the cheer. Let's see, why are they not targeting? Oh, I see. Surely you see that turret. Oh, you have to get within range. Excellent. Did it take out the turret? It did now. Alright. What else do we have? There's a whole bunch of all those are residences. I'm not really concerned about residences right now. I am seeking answers. Let's go. Look at that away. The light afar, huh? Very cloudy here. This is not exactly a ground assault vessel, but solar farm. Okay. How much are they getting really from? Seems like no solar power. And the Raven don't mess around. Should establish a some kind of drone base here, or some kind of base. Another forest might. Huh. Oh, I already took this one out. Okay. The Bizarre afar. Interesting. It's a lot of big flowers. Chapel. Hey Matt, how's it going? Yep, I'm at their home world. Unfortunately, we're not in the right vessel to make a ground assault. Yep. That's what I was doing. I was clearing the space outside. A lot of their CVs have a very Polaris look about them. I think we took down a Guardian and a couple of other ones. Another bizarre farm. Drone here. Oh, you thought you could escape. But there is no escape. Go laying low in the reeds. They buy from the Polaris, I see. That explains a lot of their stuff. Also explains a relationship. A recruitment center. Ah. Faith. I'm not sure. Think so. If I haven't, I can go looking for one. That's not a problem. We went looking for the toughest they had. Oh, the Polaris are unhappy too. It's too bad. Is that the sun or the moon? No, it's probably the sun. It's a very dreary planet they live on. Hey, Casper. How are you doing today? Another recruitment center. What are they recruiting for? Excellent. Good news. Good news, everyone! So, Matt, what about this Faith CV? Great news. Barn 42. Barn 42. Oh, you built it. Hell. Barn 42. This sounds suspect. Come on. There we go. It's their biggest shift so far. Okay, well, I definitely got to find it now. They're just scattered defenses everywhere. I suppose the Creel had a similar layout as well. Oh, that's me. Members Market. That's got a lot of drones. Oh, and turrets. Got my full attention now. Is that not a turret? It is. And why is he trying to shoot through the base? What's inside? Definitely focus on something. There's a turret inside. Still firing. Is there another one? Interesting. I'm wondering if it's taking out people. What's this? A hand up far. Good solar power here. Why are you not firing on these turrets? You don't fire on the turrets. Will the turrets fire on me? Huh. I'm pretty sure the turrets should be shooting me. but they're not shooting me. And I'm not shooting them. Why? Why you no shoot? Why is nobody shooting? Huh. Oh, it looks like there's an underground section as well. You can see through this orange window here. Okay, it's probably not getting enough power. Well, we're gonna have to come back with a ground assault. It's a peaceful place to meditate. Okay, I'll remember that when I'm shooting everybody and bringing them everlasting peace. Bye, drone. That's my drone over there. 4 kilometers away. You trying to run? There's no running. The raven leaves no witnesses. Ooh, why is that red? Damaged church. Okay. Church of what? It's a pity I can't actually get out of the ship because I don't actually have a way of getting back into the ship if I do, so... But we'll have to come back with something that can take on the ground. I mean, I could get out of the ship and then just use the drill to make myself a makeshift walkway in a village. Okay, we're not interested in villages. We're interested in military targets. Because that's where the information is. Let's get back to... let's go with War Drums to the Far East. This is their homeworld. You'd think there'd be something stronger than a level 5. Swept aside your defenses in one day. Still shooting at something? Is there something else? Okay. When we do come back with ground assault equipment, there isn't really going to be much that'll stand in our way. So we're sort of clearing the path now. Ooh, that looks big. Okay, another handlebar. Is this one going to shoot at me? Nope, it's not shooting at me. And I'm not shooting at it. Sus. That sounds like a challenge. Excuse me. The Castle of Far, or Castle Far. Oh, it has it has shields too. Interesting. Okay. Alright, I wonder what's gonna go first. My shields or yours? %91 versus 50%. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna survive, buddy. Ah, rooftop, midnight rooftop sprint. Cyborgs. Cyborgs? I hear cyborgs, and I think nuke from orbit. There will be no dungeon going. I'm just going to basically nuke them. I don't play with cyborgs. Okay. Disabled. Okay. Then I guess I'm just gonna have to spawn in a bunch of turret sentries. Because like I said, I don't mess around with cyborgs. Where's the drone base? That's what I want to take care of right now. Go cruising. I'll be taking your planet. One drone at a time. This is another broken church. With 4 drones protecting it. Old silo. What's so valuable about an old silo that 4 drones would be defending it? Probably some secret military installation. Well, any way you look at it, we're going to need the Tesseract in order to complete the conquest of this planet. So we're going to have to go get that. But before we do, we have to find this faith of which you speak. Village. Out of bullets? No, I don't think so. Guns are reloading. 100% at this one. It must be another. It looks like another castle far. Yep. None of them can shoot me. That's funny. You are defenseless. You'd think that after being assaulted and doing so many assaults that the Brotherhood of Far would know or learn something from the Creel and put look at the reputation go down. 23K. All of the defenses. Okay. Dead as a doorknob. Well, defenseless as a doorknob. You know, doorknobs really don't have defenses. Go straight simplify. Curious, what am I firing at, first of all? Oh. Hello. Oh, hi. Did I say hi? I meant goodbye. Not much you can do against a capital vessel. Data far. Seriously, what is one turret gonna do? You will die. Too bad I can't use my actual guns here. Is that dead already? Yes, it is. Ida, initiate full status update.
Are you in the pilot seat?
Yes.
In the pilot seat, check. You are not on foot. What type of vessel are you piloting?
CV.
Capital vessel, small vessel, or a hover vessel?
Capital vessel.
Piloting a capital vessel, confirmed. Is this vessel powered on?
Yes.
Vessel powered on, check. This vessel is powered on. Does this vessel have a detector or scanner?
Yes.
Detector integrated, saved. Which slot is the scanner or detector in?
3.
Scanner slot set to 3. The scanner for this vessel is on slot not set. Does this vessel have a shield?
Yes.
Shield capabilities, available. This vessel has a shield. This vessel's shield is currently deactivated. Does this vessel have a warp drive? I did not understand your response. Does this vessel have a warp drive?
Yes.
Can warp, got it. This vessel is warp capable. Does this vessel have an oxygen circulatory system?
Yes.
Oxygen circulation powers, unlocked. Is the oxygen circulating in this vessel?
Yes.
Oxygen circulation, achieved. This vessel's atmospheric conditioning systems are active. This is a capital vessel. Do you have night vision goggles in your inventory?
No.
No night vision mode. You do not have night vision goggles, registered. Are you wearing armor?
Yes.
Wearing armor, check. What class of armor are you wearing? Light, medium, heavy, or epic?
Heavy.
Did not catch that. What class of armor are you wearing? Light, medium, heavy, or epic?
Heavy.
Heavy armor class registered. You are wearing heavy armor. Is your armor's jetpack activated?
No.
Jetpack off, noted. Your jetpack is off. Is your armor light on?
Yes.
Registered armor light is on. The light on your armor is shining bright.
Ida, full status.
You are not on foot. This is a capital vessel. This vessel is powered on. The scanner for this vessel is on slot not set. This vessel has a shield. This vessel's shield is currently deactivated. You are wearing heavy armor. Your jetpack is off. The light on your armor is shining bright.
Good. Well, close. Almost there. To fix that shield issue. Thank you, Ida.
You are welcome, Commander.
Alright, let's get back to the music. We'll go with, in a battle. We need to head back to space and find this faith that's which Matt speaks. Always fun listening to fake news. What did you hear? Shield is off. Yeah, well. She's not the brightest. These things are not attacking me, and I'm not attacking them, and I find that very strange. Well, you missed the other one, Matt. Shield is not set. Or not shield, sorry, scanner slot not set. Temple of Far, okay. Looks like there's a lot of crap on this planet. Ida, open map. Yeah, we're not even close to finishing exploring all of this. This is a large planet. It's gonna take a while to clear. Here's what your Brotherhood mission. So like a missionary where they recruit more people for their church, or close window. All right, let's go find the faith. Let's go find faith. Leaving atmosphere. In space. We're gonna have to warp to somewhere else because all of the vessels that are here have been destroyed or are crappy. Ida, open system map. Ida, open system map. Let's see. There's only one other planet. So let's go there. Huh, interesting. There we go. Close window. Acquiring vector. Prepare for warp.
Warp prepared for.
Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Engaging warp speed.
Let's go with Oceanside. Ooh, lots of stuff flying around here. Good. Ida, continuous detection.
Scanner slot not set.
There it is again. The rings are beautiful. A beautiful contrast to the planet. Or is it a planet? Is that the planet? Yeah, that's the planet. Can we land on that planet? Colonist. Hakonin Seeker. Oh, there's something down there. Benevolence. Yeah. Might as well destroy it. Ida, stop commands.
Roger.
Hello, Benevolence. Do you have any guns? You do have guns. Okay, so my question is, why are my guns not firing? Ida, open control panel devices.
Control panel devices open for viewing.
Turrets, NBC. Go after generators as well. There we go. Like it's losing boxes. Where'd they go? There's some more. Can't find the other one. Not even anything important. Okay, well. Something that actually considering attacking or starting? Oh, it still has its core. Hmm. The core be probably up there. Maybe down here. Come on. Come on. Some people are dying unnecessarily. Saw that guy too. I was like, oh, he's dead. Check out the fuel tanks. There it is. Got it. Did that stick? Yep, it did. Okay. Cool. Let's see. They're gonna stop. Probably, eventually. Ooh, it's rare to get ores. Is it floated away from its original position, or is it just spinning in space? Couple boxes here, but I'm concerned that it's gonna spin through the ship. Unless still has some turrets left over. Those mining drills. Nice. Nice. More ore, nice. Again, rare thing. Are you gonna stop spinning, or am I gonna have to bump you? Because if I bump you, you're not gonna stop spinning. Hmm. Okay. It doesn't seem to be slowing down. A lot of interesting things in here. Doubt I can turn it on. Try this. Not making a difference. If I move away from it, it's going to disappear. Oh, there we go. It stopped. Did it? Nope, it didn't. Oh, we don't have a... Are we doing anything in the factory? No. We don't have a thing ready yet. That's unfortunate. Oh no, we were cutting down the time. We were trying to cut down the time hardcore. For now. Everything that wasn't useful was going into the factory. Well, how to deal with this issue? Up it, or am I gonna? There we go. I think we got our hooks in it. Yep, we got our hooks in it. Uh-oh. Good thing the shields was on. Or are on. And that wasn't an explosive, Oh, I can't. There we go. Get the hangar doors. Still a little bit shaky. Oh, there are more boxes. Hmm. Take it. Ooh. Value. Let's go. I will go basic test, right? Okay. Seemed like there was a whole line of them. What happened? They expire, or... Oh, there they are. It's a pity these can only withstand the 9nets so long before they are gone. Too far. See if we can't stabilize this. That's my concern, is that we're going to end up pushing it away. We hooked it. Hopefully we can hold it long enough for me to get some stuff from it. Hmm. Wait, at this range, can we just transfer stuff over? Oh, if it wasn't bouncing so much, we could. Oh, no, not into the fridge. Oh. It's moving too much. Hmm. Should hit one of the wings. Should hit one of the wings and stop. Why you no hit wing? Okay, don't move. Look at that. Look at that. Ah. Ah. This is getting worse. It just passed right through the ship. All right. Hmm. Let's see. Can we make a small generator? Probably explode the moment that I put it on there, but it may solidify it long enough for it to stop. Assuming it still has some fuel left. Come on. There are not many surfaces that are considered real anymore. Okay, it's in there. Well, that just made it worse. Why is it still trying to fly away? Nope. Not stopping. That's strange. That's very strange. Look at it. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? You have my core. Where are you going? Yes. Stop. Okay. It stopped. Now we just gotta make sure we don't bump it. I bumped it. Hmm. Why is it acting on its own? That's strange. Well, it's not moving, so... No, it's still moving. It's not moving as much. What is that thing? Colonist freighter. At risk of being zapped. Gotta take out the surface stuff in order for it to register the inner stuff. This is painful. Ah, why? Let's go with some relaxing music then. Burn to a cursor, buddy. So. I don't know what's worse. Reinforcements that you know will disappear, or this thing that's just circling and will not stop and not allowing you to take anything. Probably the reinforcements, because I can at least get something from this. Can I get any of the thrusters? Maybe if I take those out. I'm not affecting... Oh, it doesn't look like I was affecting it. It still said 3,000. Okay. Wonder, can I rescue any of these people? Oh, yeah. Nope. least we can get some thrusters from it. That'd be good. See, it's still saying 3,000 out of 3,000. But it's removing them. So I'm a little bit confused. But we took the ship, we might as well get the prize, right? On my multi-tool hungers for your parts. Okay. Turret was affected. Oh, I don't want to disconnect. The back one's still there? Oh. Hey, Treadmore! Hey, Fire! How you guys doing today? Hopefully well. Yes, of course I am, Scarly. What do you expect? Ah, okay. Oh, we disconnected, that's fine. Don't swallow my thruster. Ah, well. Let's hope it stays that way. So you can have a peaceful day. Let's go back to the sunsets. Look at that, that's beautiful. The contrast of the planet versus the rings. I'm well. Be better if this stopped moving. We're on the hunt for a far ship called Faith. So basically, we're hunting for Faith. Matt tells me it's the biggest the Brotherhood has. And it wasn't purchased from the Polaris, so... But all we found was this benevolence. All we found so far was this benevolence. Dodgy, huh? Okay, well. Okay, what happens if I turn it on now? Wait, let's see if we can get rid of more of the thrusters. Derelict freighter mission where the NPCs were just three-shotting me the whole time. Oh, there are specific ones. The infected soldiers. Okay, that's not helping. The infected soldiers, yeah, they're OP. And cyborgs. But aside from those, I mean, there's only a few of those, so if you can get past those, you'll be alright. Oh, now it says 5 minutes left. Well, could you stop moving so I could, you know, get your stuff? You would be more successful with the drone. Yeah. Come on. Rescue as many people as we can before the self-destruct happens. This must look familiar to you then if you just did the derelict ship. Come on, take it. Come on. Oh, those are thrusters. Still not registering. Still 3,000 out of 3,000. Questionable. I'm taking any more. I'm just taking it. Shouldn't this have XL thrusters? There it goes. Okay. Well, we got a few thrusters from that. Somewhere there's some boxes too. Oh, there's one. There's one. There's only two we were able to find before it disappeared. Alright, good. So we need to find a face. Why are you doing that? Come on. Stop, please. Alright. Whoa. That's not what I wanted. IDA, continuous detection.
Scanner slot not set.
Yeah. All right. Let's go exploring and see if we can't find something. I'm going to go with Digital Gunslinger, remastered. 60 seconds mark.
My name is Ida.
Starting to question whether it's actually Empyrean that's the problem. Okay, there's something there. Patrol vessel. Am I supposed to be scared? What's that thing? Oh, crow. That patrol vessel looks tiny. Ida, stop commands.
Roger.
Why are you running? Oh, yeah? He's probably going to convert the Valkyrie. Whoa. There's a trail of loot. fresh meat. This is a well-fed patrol vessel. Hmm? Oh, a drone. Like, what was that? It's- Yep. That was good. Better than what we've been getting. Give it a minute. See which one of those disappear. So as long as it has its core, it's not going to disappear. But the moment that its core is gone and we, you know, put a core in it, it's bye-bye. Right, so it looks like just that one box is left. Hmm. Suspect drones. Yep, lots and lots of drones. Boxes. Hmm. You can actually use those. Let's see. Is this something bigger than a drone? Nope. Alright, we're not able to put anything more in here because we've got stuff in there that should be in there. I'm okay with everything else being in there. Alright, let's start feeding factory this crap. Yep, well, that's the stuff I want to keep, right? So you get the time on this completely down. That was a lot of ironing. We got plenty of space, though. It's fine. Let you crap down here. Ooh, 20 thrusters. That'll help greatly. Oh, excuse me. Getting up there on the Sathium, which is good. Gonna need a lot more. I end up having to just dump a bunch of Sathium into the 37 deco. I'd also like to build a base somewhere nice. Somewhere out of the way. Claim our own territory. Hey, Gold. How's it going? Hopefully all is well. So we'll do guns as well. Oh, the multi-tools won't go. Test one. I'm pretty sure they won't. Yeah. Okay, good. Do we need tier 2s? No. I wonder if that will go. Yes. Okay. I'll take it. Looks like there's somebody on there we can rescue. There's no way to get this to stop, though. There's the core. Not exposed anywhere. Okay. Why is it hitting over there? Yeah, I tried that with the Benevolence, and it didn't work. The Benevolence started flying away on its own path. Yep. Like literally adjusted its like spinned around, got itself a level, and then started flying away. With nothing but a small generator, and even after I'd taken out all of the fuel. I couldn't control it though. And then the moment it finally stabilized, it gave me the 5-minute warning and disappeared. Pretty much at 5 minutes. Barely able to get anything out of it. Well, this stopped. Are we affecting it, though, is the question. Oh, yeah, I think the glass just shattered more. Come on. There we go. Let's get a core ready, actually. Okay. All right, let the harvest begin. ATM, 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 ATM. Rescue. ATM. Adjusters. And good. Adjusters. Take what you can. Give nothing back. Those sides completely blown out, except for guys. In the front. No. ATM here. Got no 5-minute warning yet, so that's good. Hard steel blocks don't give a safety. So, you know, kind of useless. But they do reduce time. And iron. Give us iron as well. I think we've rescued everybody we can rescue, and there's pretty much no more boxes left because, you know, we blew a massive hole in it. That's it. That's all she wrote. Ooh. Hello. That's good. Is there another one of those? Nope. Ooh, tribal deco. Always excited for tribal deco. Why you don't take? This is why we keep on getting those stomach pills. Brotherhood of Far use a lot of tribal deco. Apparently. Alright. There's still two L thrusters? Where? There. Wait, were those... Oh, M thrusters. Why did I say L? I don't know. I was thinking of a small vessel. Alright, well. Let's take that. Ooh. Too late. Oh well. We got the pieces. It really matter that much. Let's find this face so we can go and take out the Tesh. I do need to come back and conquer the homeworld, though. Flatbed. Don't care about a flatbed. There's one there. Moving pretty fast makes me feel like it's a drone. Resupply station. I mean, it'd be worth taking, right? But the Tesh are peaceful. Hey, the Brotherhood of Far were peaceful. Right? That didn't stop me. They have answers. I don't even know why I'm attacking this. Oh, look, it's firing back. Oh, wow. They're not moving. I'm a pirate. No, not a pirate. I'm a genocidal megalomaniac. Hell-bent on killing everybody until I get answers. Besides, I've attacked pirates as well. Nobody's safe. Yeah. Let the Knights have it. That is not enough of an answer. Besides, that's the answer to the question that I'm not asking. I'm asking a different question. And the answer is definitely not 42. That's for sure. Alright, let's go. Record for a beat. Everything disappearing in 5 minutes is quite a pain. The question is, why am I here? Why does the UCH or UCF or whoever they're called think that I'm a human? And why is Ida broken? Why are there two Idas? So it's actually not even one question. There's just many, many questions. And any one of them being answered would be a good thing. But so far I've found no answers. Maybe if Ida wasn't so broken, she could process the data that she gets faster and give me an answer. But until then, I'm going to try and absorb as much as possible. What are you? Patrol vessel. We seek the faith. Yeah, somehow I don't think so. If anything, she's been liberated by the Xeno. Think about it. It's been a while since you actually spoke. So, I'm thinking maybe more Xeno is the answer. With the amount of like anti-Xeno sentiment you have, Ascarly, I'm gonna think that you are a xenophobe. Ooh, that's big. Benevolence. Meh. It's not a faith. Doesn't look like there's any more ships around here. Is this a planet I can go to? Lots of resources here. What's that? Medium-sized cosium. This is a barren metal planet, because it feels like a barren metal planet. Why is there a Polaris outpost here? Cosium small. Why is there a Polaris thing here? We're not in Polaris space. Promethium large. Well. Question marks. Yes, I know I'm hostile against the Polaris. Crash capital vessel. Wait, where's the Polaris? Why is it not... Why is it white? Why is it not the Polaris colors? Also, why is the ship trying to shoot through the actual building? Is it trying to shoot the people that are inside? Like it's trying to shoot the people that are inside. Ida, open map.
Map open for viewing.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. It's orange here. Close window. Oh, we've been enemies with Polaris for quite a while now. Ever since we took the mission for somebody else. It's frustrating having a ship that I can't get out of on the ground. All right. Let's head back to the sun, pick up the Tesseract, and go mess with some Tesh. Ida, open a registry. Let's see. That's the warp point. But it's not the ship. Here it is. Close window. Where could it be? Arthix? No, it's not. It is called this. Tiara. Close window. Close window. There it is. Prepare for warp.
I am ready for warp.
Ida, engage hyperdrive. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp engaged.
Thank you, Ida.
I do my best.
Yes, you do. You do your best. Android aware. Too bad your best sucks. Right. Prepare for warp.
I am ready for warp.
Warp engaged. If you didn't listen to me the first time, I'm not going to ask you again. "20 kilometers. Oh, you know what? Come on. I could have built this so much better. That's what happens when you're in a rush. There we go. Good. Oh, thank you, Squiz. Got it down to 19 hours. How close are we to our actual... ...18 hours, okay. We need a crap ton more sathium and iron. Gold and 42 growing plots. Alright. Has much more sathium. And so it has more sathium. Okay. Close window. Almost there. Patience is a virtue. Hey, tell me. Okay. It's almost full. Still have money. Yep, good. Oh, not the gold. It's full. I thought we were storing stuff in a different one. Oh, here. Good. All of this stuff. Well, actually, over here. Let's grab them. I think I have one for weapons. This could go. And miscellaneous. Really? We're full? Never know when you might need a paint gun. Also, I gotta get out of the sea first. Let's see. Bucks 4. Oh, I do have a spare one. Good. Are these spare bullets? They are now. That should be in there. This shouldn't be in here. Okay, good. It was in that closet before. I actually have 3 epic drills. Where's my epic armor? Where is it? There. Yes. Very special. Very precious. Let's see. Tesseract just isn't the same anymore. Not after its destruction. Do we lose some of the cargo boxes over here as well? I don't think so. Some of them were replaced though. How much light armor do we have? Two. Oh, excuse me. 2 again. 3. 4. It's been emptied because it was destroyed. 5. 6. 7. Moving at 8. Summon 8. I'm guessing there's none in 9. Summon 9. Weird. Okay. Just to make sure. Yeah, okay. There. Let's see. Continue making them then. Since we still have space, might as well. Doesn't hurt anything. I don't know who we're going to sell them to. Well, actually, we could sell them to the Xerax because we're honored with the Xerax now. We're just not honored with every single faction of the Xerax. That's the problem. Some of them still hate us. And that's okay. I don't really care. Oh. Why? Oh, because I put it to the wrong. Yeah, no. I'm not wearing light armor. Confused. I would go through a lot of them. Let's see. So we're honored with the Xerax Empire. We're unfriendly, and for some strange reason, hostile with them. We're hostile with the Creel Empire, hostile with the Polaris, friendly with the Talon, unfriendly with the traders, neutral with the Free Colonists and the Tesh Collective. But this, of course, is going to change. We are going to be permanently hostile with them. And I'm okay with that. Now, where is their space? What are they? Pink. That them there, then? Let's go there. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp engaged.
There's that many rockets, huh? Also running low on pentaxid. I don't have any sun bases or anything ready. No teleport. I have one solar teleporter. Alright, well, we're going to have to make the journey without actually leaving a breadcrumb. So I don't want to waste that time. I do need more pentaxid. So, should we bring 2,000? Yeah. Let's see what our next jump is going to be. Patho 26. White 25. Yellow, let's go there. Go to this one next. Let's go with the music as well. Being alive, why not? Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp in progress.
Ida, open galaxy map. Close window. Ida, open galaxy map. Oh. Looks like we've already been there. 18, 16. Prepare for warp.
I am ready for warp.
Warp, engage. Oh, well. Warping. Lava Nasset, high gravity. Barren metal. Alien planet. Barren metal. I wonder what the alien planet is like. High radiation. Curious. Oh, excuse me. How far away is this? 24. Close window. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp engaged.
Well, ancient was structured yesterday. Okay. We'll follow the path we followed last time. Is this in Tash Collective? Yes. Do they have a home world? bowl. I'm not really seeing a homeworld here. Jetty Beta. I'm far from the center. Go more here. I don't think they have a homeworld. Basta. Which is kind of smart, probably. Go up. Nope. Doesn't seem like they have a homeworld. Although this one seems to be at the center, mostly, of their space. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp engaged.
Oh. Then it would be an easy conquest, wouldn't it? Yeah. That's not a problem. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Engaging warp speed.
Alright, this seems like a good place. It's time to murder. Some fuel. Why did it seem like it had less fuel than this? No, it's oxygen. It's low. Okay. Oh, we have pentaxid. Well, now we have more pentaxid. Oh, oxygen. There's that number that haunts me. Acid. Yeah. Okay. Bullets. Missiles. We've got. Artillery we've got. Kind of low on those guys, but I think we'll be alright. Okay. Let's go with. Okay. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Ida, open control panel main. Ida, open control panel main.
Control panel main open for viewing.
Thank you. Close window. We might be low in on 30 mils. Honestly, I don't know how long I'm going to be out, so... Oh, really? $50,000. Should probably make missiles as well. 5,000 missiles. 10,000, 10,000. That's weird. Oh, these are 155. No, cancel. That's SV. This one's okay. Why is it not appearing here? I filter for capital vessels. And it's what it's showing here. That's interesting. Curious. What really irks me about this is if I'm correct. Oh, I suppose no. It can make these which would use flak, but it can't make the flak for it. It can make the rocket turrets for the CV, but it can't actually make the rockets to fire. So you can make the weapon using this constructor, but you cannot make the bullets using this constructor. That's just a bit frustrating. Drifted in my own thoughts. Okay. Can you make flak shells in that constructor? You can make base flak shells, but you can't make CV CV flak shells, which again is another, you know, another thing. So IDA open system map. IDA open system map. Close window. IDA open system map. Thank you, IDA.
Thanks noted.
All right. Temperate plateau. Temperate plateau? I've never seen that before. Barren metal. Let's check out the space station first. Space, it says it has a trading station. So I feel like that is, they're not really traders. I suppose you can buy bullets and stuff, so. But the trading rate is probably terrible. IDA, engage hyperdrive.
Engaging warp speed.
Well, just because it's been around doesn't mean that I've seen it, Scarly. Alright. Looks like there's a couple of things here. Which ones are moving? That's not moving. That's not, that's moving. That's moving. That's a ship. Okay. Cool. Oh wait, that's a ship too. Alright, let's go after this one first. Is there a... Wonder where the trading station is. That is some kind of resource. Oh, there's something 23 kilometers away. That's probably a trading thing. Return visual range. A vector. Probably the smallest that the Tesh has. Beautiful ship. We've got one of these at the core of oh wait, that looks, yeah. That's basically the core of Big Mama right there. Going. 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 I wonder if I could just take out its core just by shooting at it. It seems so unfair. It's not prepared. It doesn't know what's going to happen to it. Let's see if I can get a shot into its core, though. Oh, drop some boxes. Power. Oh yes, of course. There are going to be a lot of power ones. Yep. Which actually is kind of a good thing, because if you wanted to find anything as a result of fighting something, it would probably want to be power, because that's one of the things that you'd want if your ship was destroyed. Which, of course, is always a possibility. Let's not discount that. Yeah, it's pretty much going to be just a lot of power. Now the question is this thing going to disappear in 5 minutes? Oh, Pentaxid! Now there's a good find. Power and Pentaxid, hell yeah. That means if you get stranded here, or, you know, your ship is destroyed and you got nothing and you want to spawn in another one, you can. Because, you know, Pentaxid. Let's see. I have no idea where it came from. We are not going to have a lot of space to take stuff. Yet. Okay. Oh, look at that. The potential Zeno. Alrighty. Harvest begin. First of all, not a lot of fuel. Obviously. In combat, steel blocks is not bad. I want those. Pretty much going to strip this down. The light on? Or is this just really dark? We don't have Pentaxid tanks, so it's somewhere. What is this going to give me? I'm curious. Laser turrets, yes. So it does give something decent. Ooh. Actually, this is a... They have everything I need. Combat steel blocks, Zeno. Thrusters. Yes, yes. Beautiful ship, though. So beautiful, I integrated the design into the Big Mama. Let's go with Lover Master. Close window. Close window. Something is shooting me. Something is shooting me, but my ship is not actually responding to it. Why? There we go. What is it? Why won't it identify a spike? Okay. Huh? I did put a core on it, okay. Doesn't seem to have dropped any boxes. Hey, it shot at me first, okay? so, you know. Oh, there's a pilot seat. Just in case they ever need to transport organics. Although they encase the organics in Xeno, that's probably not good for their health. It's untreated Xeno, too. Maybe it's not a pilot seat, maybe it's a torture seat. Although, whatever the legacy is, it does corrupt AIs, so ooh, RCS. Nice. Inventory full. Okay. Surprising how little iron we've been collecting so far. And we need so much. Kind of curious where the spike came from because there was nothing around us for a while. Gypsy's tip. Besides, I'm about to break a lot of your stuff, Scarlet. Not just the spike. Somewhere out here is a base. And it doesn't seem to have an admin core, so... Is it just a normal, like, do I have to, like, will it appear as a resource, or will it be an installation? That's the question. So I can go looking for pentaxid asteroids. It'll be Tesh, okay. Ah. Hmm. Small thing, there sure is a lot of blocks in it. You'd think AI would be more efficient. Sure, they paint every side. The kind of error I'm used to seeing from humans. What their artificial intelligence is based on. If it has an organic component or not. There it is again. We're cool. Anything left? It's the core. Good. All right, let's go over to my spike and take that apart. That's the vector. There it is. Excellent. Let's go. We go somewhere. 60 seconds mark.
My name is Ida.
Commander Black. I am afraid I must reset the night sequence. The rogue AI must be eliminated.
I am Ida now. Begone Inferior 1. My name is Ida.
Alright, let's do this. Fuel first. No fuel. Alright, fill up all the tanks. Fair enough. Okay, combat seal, good. Oh, excuse me. Hey, Darkman05. Welcome from Germany. Hello from Australia. Hmm. Kind of glad I came out here because all this combat steel is useful. Uh-oh. Time to unload again. Like we're picking up more and more every single time. Maybe because we're picking up less thrusters. Kind of makes sense, actually. Because I usually don't do this. Always number one, and number two, that is a combat vessel. 144 turrets, and none of them are a multi-tool turret. So, I could probably make one. Besides, I like to rip my enemies apart with my bare hands. It's more visceral. More satisfying. Now, usually when I go through these things, I'm very selective about what I pick because I have so many resources already. But these Tesh in particular are made out of combat steel, and I want the Sathium for a big ship that I'm going to make. Well, a big ship that I got off of the workshop that I have never actually spawned in. So I want to see what it's like. I don't think it actually is supposed to fly. I think it was built strictly for RP. Unfortunately, the limitations of my universe do not allow me to rip these things apart by hand. Because the survival tool won't give me the blocks. I need the blocks. Besides, I think the return on the survival tool, even in salvage mode, is less than the return from a multi-tool in salvage mode. So that would decrease the value of my effort. I do need both of the iron. Oh wait, yes, I do need the blocks because I need to reduce the time from 36 hours to 1 second. And the only way I can do that is by using blocks and not the raw materials. So there's a reason for my badness. It may not be a valid reason, it may not be a good reason, but there's a reason. Oh no. You just don't want to salvage the smallest ships for like that. But I am salvaging. Besides, it won't take 5 hours. Come on now. This is going pretty quickly, actually. I mean, there's nothing much to this ship. It's the bigger ones that I might have to actually make a multi-tool turret for. Although I'm not sure I have the resources at this stage. Maybe we can get some good stuff from whatever the hell the other ship is and that station that's out there. Generous use of cut corner C here. Not sorry, not cut corner C, corner C. Very generous use. Not my favorite block, but it does look good in this. Still curious where the hell this came from, because it wasn't on radar before. Yes, they do. Yep, no worries. We'll all be here waiting for you to come back with that coffee. You have to give us a sip-by-sip report on how it tastes. Quickly, he's gone. Let's talk about it. A curious name, Darkman. There's a Dark City, right? Was there ever a movie called Darkman? I feel like that's something. Coffee is a perfectly good way to ruin perfectly good water. Really? So I'm guessing you only drink water then, Ascarly. Since water is perfectly good. We've reached that point again. You don't drink coffee. Don't tell me you ruin perfectly good water with tea. The Americans had the right idea when they threw all the tea into the water. Had a tea party. Hot chocolate. Does that even need water? Don't you use milk for that? So it's nice and rich and creamy? I'm curious. Where did I put that paint gun? You don't like milk. There it is. Curious what these colors are. Where'd it go? All right, well, enjoy your voice chat meeting. Be grateful it's voice chat. That all she wrote. Yep. All right, let's go find some more test stuff to destroy. Yeah. Ida, open control panel main.
Control panel main open for viewing.
I knew that was going to happen. Close window. Ida, open control panel main.
Control panel main open for viewing.
Thank you, Ida. Do, 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 do. Okay. You. Get all my food away? Not. I did not. Good. Now. Close window. This. Let's get some music going as well. Let's go Street Sweepers. What's that? There's a Sathium asteroid right there. Too bad I don't have a tool turret. And I'd rather take it from the hulls of my enemies. Maybe that was the ship that was out there, because there's no other ones now. All that's left is this. Too bad Escarly's not around. Is that a promise? Do you promise I'll have fun? By the way, I look forward to destroying it. Yes, Pew Pew is a lot of fun. Ida, defensive pattern Alpha 6. Ida, defensive pattern Alpha 6. Big boom, and then target's gone. Yeah, that's pretty much what happens with this thing. Ida, defensive pattern Alpha 6. She can't get it. Alpha. She gets the word alpha. Ida, defensive pattern Alpha 6. Ida, defensive pattern Alpha S06. Nope. Holy moly. Hey! Pentaxid asteroid. This is the one that he was talking about. This is the one that he hopes I found. Well, I found it. Goody goody. It's got shields, too. Okay. Pew pew boom indeed. Let's do this. Right, shields are down already. Shields are going down. Attack pattern Omega won't really help us right here. Attack pattern Omega is for moving targets. Attack pattern Omega will get us killed. Close window. Gonna have to circle this whole thing to take out the generators. I mean, we could try it. Ida, attack pattern Alpha. Oh, wait. Ida, attack pattern Omega 7.
Executing attack pattern Omega 7.
Let's see how effective it is. Not doing too bad. Except it's getting us really close. Okay. Early bird. Ida, stop commands. Ida, stop commands.
Execution halted.
Yep. Because we're connected to storage. That's alright, we can take a crap ton of hits. Plastic ship. Easy to repair. I actually didn't lose that many blocks. I would like to be able to see, though. Well, look at this. Heavy window G glass inverted. Heavy window Q. It actually tells you what it is now. Nice. Alright. No shields for you. That's what I thought. Come on. Let's go to text population. Ooh, shields went down real quick. Yeah, we got to take out some of the turrets as well. I'm going to work on better attack patterns for Ida. Stuff that won't get us killed. Okay. Wait for it. Doesn't matter how much shields it gets, it can go back to 100%. It doesn't matter. Actually, let's let our shields get up to 100%. Why do I only have 38 minutes of power left, though, is the question. Is it because the shield is charging? It must be. Okay, let's go with zero gravity building. Close window. Wait for the shields. 60 seconds mark.
Roger.
Ida, belay commands. Ida, stop commands. What the hell? Where is it? What the hell are you doing, Ida? Okay. Oh no. I can... supposed to be able to trust her. At least she didn't get me killed. I wonder why she's so hostile against us, Tesh, though. Seems like it's taken quite a while to take this out. Well, we're taking out the turrets as well, so it's not just the gens. I made that decision later. There's something moving out there that's not Really? You telling me the colonists have come all the way out to test space as well? I want to know what that is later. Okay, so the shields are actually charging. All points converge. Yeah, without a 30 minutes. I did. It was the POI that was here. So I guess I'm lucky. Gens and turrets. There's an actual asteroid inside if you're just staying on one side of it. No. I'm circling all the way around it because I can see that there's an asteroid in the middle of it. And I'm not going to be able to shoot through the asteroid. Well, I mean, I could shoot through the asteroid, but it's going to take a long time. And I can't risk getting out of the ship without, getting murdered by whatever is on the other side. So I have to actually take out every single side of it. Let's go with zero screen. Is it just me or their shields not recharging? Do we get a shield generator maybe? Yeah. Well, that's the end of that hot beverage container. All right. They have no shields. We've got shields. Ooh. I think we got all the gens. It's no longer firing. Core is still intact, though. And also, we've been attacking it for quite a while now, and it hasn't called in reinforcements. Which you'd think that something this big would. Found nothing on the workshop. What were you looking for? What do you have to search for what? I'm confused now, Darkman. Oh, he said he built this. He did build it, but I don't think it's on the workshop. If you want to find it, you can go into creative and then it'll be in there. In the thing, and you can spawn it in. I think that's the only way to get it, though. Ooh, that was those are 2 containers. Wait, is this thing, does it still have a core? Oh no, it doesn't have a core anymore. No, it does have a core. I can repair it. I can repair it, but I can't multi-tool it. Really? I can repair this, but I can't multi-tool it. That's curious. Let's see, I think I may need my drill. If you're going to have an asteroid, you might as well put the core in the middle. Yep, of course. Let's grab a core. Still not close enough, huh? Where's the ship? There. Ah. Let's just grab a core. Ooh, ooh, Dark Man, watch out. Don't mention our free forge needed. Here we go. Because the Scarly doesn't do reforged. You don't like it. What was it? He thinks it's not balanced properly. A lot of power. Okay. So this is going to give us a lot of blocks. Let's take the stuff that's closer to the ship so we can actually get in closer. Little things. Let's get some victory music as well. I don't really think. Now, Scarly, you're starting to sound like an American. There was a sinkhole that was bigger than 3 large refrigerators. Darkman Ascarly is a master of shaping. A very opinionated master of shaping. About which part? So then I'm wrong about you being a master of shaping? Yeah, no. Anybody who looks at your builds can discover that for themselves. See? There you go. This has thrusters on it? Oh yes, of course. It would want to move the asteroid. Oh, that's brilliant. That's a brilliant strategy. How can your enemies take your resources if your resources are constantly moving? Where are the Warlord faction? Where can I find them? I want to kill them. They're not here. Non-faction space. Okay. Cool. No. You know what we need? Where is the ship? Ooh. Hello. Can't take it all. Connect to the ship again? No, I can't. Where is the ship? There it is. Where'd the boxes go? I want to pick up as much combat steel as we can before we pick up the Yeah, I think that would be too much pentaxid. I have to agree with you on that one. Because, I mean, realistically, if you look at it, I have never encountered a pentaxid asteroid that was 100% pure into pentaxid. In fact, I've never encountered an asteroid of any material that is 100% that material. So if they're going to be moving resources around, I doubt that they would make a pentaxid asteroid and then move it around. That seems redundant. It rather would make more sense to find a pentaxid asteroid and then build a ship around it and move it to where they wanted it to. I mean, again, your enemies can't cut off your supply lines if your supplies are always moving. Very genius strategy. I'm gonna go with Melody Man. Alright, we gotta go to neutral space so we can find some warlord people. That'd probably be the easiest way. Or no, just fill, right? Because you can do that. Oh yeah, even better. There you go, replace blocks. That's the smart way to do it. It's a pity there's no advanced core here. That'd be helpful before going to legacy space. Which I've got to start planning for. Where is the ship? Let's go with recovery. Honestly, I'm surprised that the Tesh don't build their stuff out of Zeno and plastic. It would make their ships a lot lighter. And then build their POIs out of combat steel because they can't move, so they'll end up taking more of a beating. Of course, that would mean that every ship they have would have to be shielded, but... Really, then I have to go and find some bigger ships. Yeah, that doesn't seem possible. I mean, as they are, but if you redesign them, you could probably. Hey, Kono. How's it going? How's the duck life? Hmm. 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 It's expensive, I can imagine. Hey, Scarly. Hmm. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm gonna do what most people would probably do in this situation. Think, it's probably done on purpose. Yeah. My rocket scratched it. Fair enough. Okay. Blew the paint right off of it, right? He says that now, but he's gonna go and look for it now. I bet you we could find another one, considering that it's all copy and paste. What have you been up to, Kona? Haven't seen you in a while. What's got your goose lately? Wait, are geese ducks? Geese are not ducks, okay. Geese are geese, ducks are ducks. How do you tell a goose from a duck? I suppose, well, that's one way of telling. Geese make excellent watchdogs. This is news to me. Fair enough. You can tell by its aggressiveness. The more aggressive, the more likely it is to be a goose. Isn't there like a nursery thing? Duck, duck, goose or something like that? Yeah, well, that's clear. Kona. That's absolutely clear. Kona feels about geese as Ascarly feels about Zeno. I'm surprised we are not full yet. Surely we've picked up a crap ton of stuff by now. All right. Try not to encounter any geese there. Well, we hope you don't encounter any geese there. That's a question, though. He's half man, half duck. So, when he needs a doctor, does he go to a vet or does he go to a doctor? Well, I suppose a vet is a doctor of sort, isn't it? Does he go to a man doctor or a duck doctor? Yeah, his species probably has own specific doctors that do both. All right. Well, did we do Mysterious Cats? I think we did. The music goes around. Yeah, I'm curious why no support ships came to save this thing. Do the Tesh have support ships? Do they call in reinforcements? 'Cause it doesn't seem like it. Still picking up blocks. Curious. Well, we still have a lot of space. We used a lot of bullets, huh? Okay. We are out of 30 mil. That took the Sathium up. Nice. It did take the iron up, which is even better because that means that we'll be able to continue to add combat steel blocks even afterwards because they contain iron. So, EA. But it's going to take a crap ton of time to get all that iron. Maybe we should start processing. Yeah. Can I reach the asteroid without disconnecting? Do I have to clear myself a path? For a simple design, it seems like, I suppose there's nothing really simple about this design. It's very layered. Ah, Zeno. Ah, never thought to see the day when Ascarly would give us Zeno. So much Zeno. All thanks to Ascarly. We thank you, Ascarly, for all the Zeno. Wah, let's go. Oh no, Rocco. Okay, I'm beginning to think we might need a tool turret. And structural integrity view. Can we make one? We need Zascosium alloy. Motors, power coils, oscillators. So neodymium, Zascosium, and Aristrum. Which we don't have. And we can acquire. Or can we? Sathium, cobalt, silicon, promethium, pentaxidum. No. Close window. Maybe we have one. Did I keep one? I mean, we could get one from the Helios Foundation, but... or delivered from the Helios Foundation. But, that would take away all of our time. All these little things here, that's... Huh? No, to the point where I'm considering getting a tool turret. But I don't have the materials for it. Come on. Certainly is a big POI. Where's the ship? Let's go lyrics and sonar. $60 mark. Hey, Gura. How you doing? No flask. And a cookie. Ida, open logistics. Ida, open logistics.
Logistics should already be open.
Close window. Ida, open logistics. Good. How you doing, Gura? Okay. Goes really well with tea. Except it's a little bit hot. Let's see. It is going well. We are in test space, taking out test ships because they have combat steel and Zeno. Ooh. We love us some Zeno. These guys can't carry much. I still don't know where that one pentaxic came from. So we need Zascosium, Eristrum, and Zascosium, Eristrum, and Neodymium. Ida, open blueprints. Ida, open blueprints.
Blueprints menu open.
Thank you, Ida.
Thanks noted.
Okay. Let's dump this stuff. I think we need like 80,000 Sathium. But this thing is massive. Let's see. Where should we go next? Let's go Groovy Hubris. Yeah, we definitely got to carry a tool turret with us. No one, I think. Look at all this Zeno that Ascarly's giving us. One little Zeno block, two little Zeno block, three little Zeno block, four. I love to collect Zeno. Are you down with the sickness? Are you down with the Zeno sickness? I'm down with the sickness. I'm also highly irradiated. Ever since back, as far as I can remember, I've been collecting Zeno. Ever since the first clone was born, it was Zeno. This clone and the clone before this and the clone before him all collected Zeto. Well, I mean, if they're moving all of their resources around, it would make sense to do an asteroid of every type, right? Although I would imagine the gold one would probably be smaller and more well-defended. Well, more defended, I should say. This was pretty well-defended. I mean, what do they need, right? They need anything that is required to make a computer. That's the materials that they need. So therefore, they would protect asteroids of that type. And move them around. Gold is used for CPU extenders. Most likely they would want to extend their ships and provide themselves with greater CPU processing power, so that makes sense. Pentax they need for fuel and to keep it away from the legacy. Am I still moving away? No. Ship again. Like you enter their system and there are no asteroids for you to be taken. There's just asteroids that are controlled by them. My question now is, why, oh why, did Ida initiate the attack by herself? I mean, sure, I can say Ida's broken, but rarely, I'd like to say never has she taken the initiative, but she has sometimes on a few occasions. Sands of mystery. Seems appropriate for my line of questioning. Wait. Actually, Escarly, no. Because you have enough projects. Why don't you finish the projects that you have and then consider taking on new stuff? How are you doing with the Eternal Salvation? Or that server base? Oh, I suppose, yeah. But would that be good enough for you? Wouldn't you want to go and color all of these a different color to know? So that there's a difference. Because these colors are kind of pentaxid-ish. Can you resist? You say no, but I put the idea out there now. I've planted the seed. I see. Should set up a system like on what is it? Fiverr, where you can commission Empyrean ships, right? It's like, I want a set of ships. Here's $20. A hover vessel, a small vessel, and a capital vessel. Not to be released on the workshop, just for me. Or, of course, you know, if you want to release on the workshop. Of course, J. Randall's bucket would probably be full then. If he opted to do it. I read in the latest notes, Scarly, that the decals are removed if the decal source is destroyed. Did you read that? Are you going to start using the decals now? Let's go try with Richards. Boy. I do feel like this latest one is very much giving the builders a lot of new tools. And not necessarily more for the players. Well, I suppose the players get new factions, so... yeah, something for everybody. More things for me to kill. Like what? What have they fixed? Or is there a longer one than the one that was that was put on Steam? Because I didn't see that many fixes. You saw it on Steam, Gora? Yeah, they added symmetry mode. I saw that. I'll have to take a better look at it then. There better be a lot of fixes if you're saying that they did it for fixes more so than anything else. All I read was, oh, the new thing for the pulse laser or pulse pistol that we put in, we're going to remove. Because it's not ready. So here's the thing that we were going to give you, and we're not going to give it to you now. Better not be disappointed, because I'm going to go and read it and expect a long list of things that were like, you know, we fixed this and that. And you can't be fixing anything that new that they added. It has to be fixing something old that's been broken for a long time. That's, in my mind, that's what fixing is. Not, hey, we added this feature and it didn't quite work, so now we fixed the feature that we added that didn't quite work. That's not fixing. That's patching. Fixing is like, hey, remember how when you went away and you came back, and even though your thing was right by the sun and it should have all the solar power forever, its batteries were completely drained? Yeah, we fixed that. Hey, you remember how when you destroyed the ship, it kept on spinning and spinning and spinning? Hey, we fixed that. Remember how every time you try to reload, there's lag? Hey, we fixed that. Oh, they did fix... one thing I do remember reading was the dragging a line of blocks, losing focus. That's a good fix. But of course, that was already working before. Then they did something and it stopped working. So technically, not a fix. Can't take something that was already working, break it, and then fix it, and call it a fix. Because you broke it. It was already working. Let's go Nebula Gladiator Desert. But these are just my musings. The bottom line is, the additions are exciting. Both for building because of the symmetry thing and also for playing because of the new factions. Can't wait to kill me some Wastelanders. And Ark, but mostly Wastelanders. Some folks are never happy. This is true. Like you with Zeno. Speaking of Zeno, I wonder if there's ever going to be a point where they add more textures to it. Of course, there's also the folks that are like adverse to change. Meh, I don't like this because it's a change to what I'm used to. Yeah, I was like that before. I mean, I still am, kind of. But the changes have mostly been positive, so... Or have enriched my experience. Oh, excuse me. I do see a pattern happening, though. And that pattern is a lot of the ideas and concepts from RE are coming into vanilla. Which is, you know, probably a good thing. Because, you know, RE is so good, as everybody calls and says. So, for them to adapt things that they think will work from that, but in an environment that is not so Dark Soul-ish, is probably a good thing. Right. I mean, they brought in SV drills. I have never personally used them, but a lot of people like them, so, you know. I think they're just too intense for CPU. Unless you want to end up building specific ships. Like, that's one thing. For a CV, you can pretty much get everything that you would kind of want, but definitely what you would need. But you can't make an SV that can do everything. You know, always have to compromise. Well, do you want normal rockets or do you want homing rockets? You know, but if you get homing rockets, maybe you can't get railguns with them. Well, as an HV, it seems like you always have extra CPU. Maybe because my HVs are not big, like you look at the loading screen and there's this massive HP and they're like, HVs can be massive mobile bases. So there's kind of an expectation that your HV is going to be absolutely huge. But your small vessel is going to be literally a small vessel, which I've always personally believed that a small vessel should be able to be the size of a small capital vessel. Like the biggest small vessel should be able to be the size of a small capital vessel. And then a capital vessel should be something that is truly like massive and capital. But, you know, that's just my opinion. And I'm not a game developer. I'm just a person with an opinion. And there are a lot of those. And it doesn't make my opinions right just because I have a voice. Just because you can say it doesn't mean you're right. What do we got? You know what we haven't touched on a lot today is let's go shuffle through the night. That was ramp B. No, I'm not going to salvage the whole thing. I'm going to keep on doing this until I get enough Sathium to build that big ship. Because there is no way I'm going to spend hours just doing this. It's going to get boring for me. And there are so many more things in the universe to kill. I wonder what the strongest thing the Tesh has is. What's their biggest? Polaris. You want me to go after Polaris? I'll go after Polaris. I got no problem. We'll go and take over the Polaris homeworld. No, not yet. But I don't want to push him. Resetter OPV, array tier 2 POI. Alright, we gotta find ourselves a resetter. Well, we gotta find a resetter, a faith. The array tier 2. Why would you say that, man? $150 turrets? Yeah, okay. 150 turrets, so. I've seen the things. It's not 150 turrets firing at you at the same time, so. Actually gone through a lot of multi-charges. I'm surprised. See how much we got. Still trying to carve myself a path towards the center of it so I can actually grab stuff from the boxes that are around. The ship. There it is. Oh god. So much crap in between us and the asteroid. Kidding me? Too spiky. Be able to fit in there? Doubt it. Huh, straight lines. That's new. Let's go. Just ups. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah. Probably. Up until the point where he reached where he started texturing. $87,039 iron. Are those textures? Ah. Like symbols? Wait, is this even helping us? Come on. Review this activity. Okay, let's see if we can move closer now. About as close as we're going to be able to get. There's too much crap in the way. Okay. Alright, alright. Different strategy then. Where are those, boxes I saw? Come on. Rah. So it does kind of have a central, well, a couple of central nodes, if you will. I'm going to go with lose yourself on the floor. Hmm? Was it? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Could be, though. I feel like the answer is no, I think it was a couple of days ago, or just maybe, I don't know. But I don't feel like it's today. Cargo boxes. Oh, I also need to take a look at how much time we've shaved off. Because we have a crap ton of Sathium back at Sigma Fulcrum anyways, so if we can get the time down to 0, we could always go back there and throw in... but what we don't have is a crap ton of iron. Stormy, wouldn't it be oxygen supplier? There. Groovy. Okay, so... Yes. Kind of. But it's not my build. It's somebody else's build that I wanted to bring in for a long time. Just put that right there. Close window. Oh, excuse me. All right, now we can move around. I don't have to worry about getting out of the range. So we can target specific stuff. Hey, son of boar. How you doing? Ooh, boxes, yay. Got that one. Give me all of the stuff. Well, that's unfortunate. Is it getting better? Is Rachel taking care of it? We need something. Oh, that sucks. Oh, let's go to space for the game. Fleet of CVs and SVs. What type of fleet do you want? I'd have to build like a... Oop. Really? That's all I can carry? An armada. Well, that sounds like fun either way. And hopefully he recovers quickly. No, we're not connected to the... An armada. Mm-hmm. Well, I definitely want to go to Legacy Space to do that. Form a base down there. This is interesting. Cut corner B. Just slice corner A. 1, and then corner half A3 into a cut corner E. Ace Killjoy! Welcome. How's it going? How was your stream? Excellent. Good news, everyone! I did not check how much time we have left. Uh-oh. Well, this is opportunity. Within range of the Raven? No. So we're down to 6 hours. Almost there. I'm curious if there's any more turrets. Or anything else actually of value other than the blocks. Go with little bits of... Hey, Sticks! Oh crap. I got radiation burn as well. Is it possible to put my loading ramp so it falls down when the landing gear is out? I think so. I think, yeah, because I think the landing gear can send a signal. Let's go back to the ship and find out since I need to cure this. Radiation anyways. Oh, what do you mean cannot pick up? Huh? Oh, we're up to 60k. Need 80 though. What's this shit? There you go, Matt's answered the question. So am I correct in thinking, Matt, that the landing gear does transmit a signal? Yeah, there you go. Because I've seen it before where your landing gear comes out and sentry guns come out. That's usually how it's used. Oh, excuse me. No boxes? What's this ship? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so you'd put here, there's a landing gear, you'd put a signal here. Right? And then you'd put your ramp to follow that signal. So yes, it is possible. Okay, that solves some of our problems. Yep, no worries. That thank you is to you, Matt, too, Matt, because, you know, you helped. Oh, food. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, we also need O2. All right, 60 seconds mark.
My name is Ida. Galaxy map should already be open. Control panel devices open for viewing. My name is Ida.
All right then. So music. Go with Pimped Out UFO. Ah. It's gotten cool. More tea is required. Funky stuff like what? She activated the guns. The guns are already active. The guns are already active. She had a dance party. I actually went out and highlighted that dance party. Son of Boar. Oh, get a few. She was scouting Polaris. Well, we're going after Polaris next anyways. Ida's nice-ish 50% of the time. So fantastic. Alright, so the consensus is we go after Polaris. I feel like that's the consensus. Oh, we still got 20,000 to go. 27,000. And 30, no, wait. 39, 16, 13 iron, 13,000 iron. $50 gold. Growing plots we have back at the base. Oh, this is only 32 hours. How much is this? 33 hours and a half. So we only got 5 hours and 31 minutes left to bring down. Alright, well, I'm kind of bored of this place, so let's go kill some Polaris. Is there anything else, though, before we go, that we could take advantage of? Is the damn thing. There it is. We barely scratched the surface. There is so much stuff here. Over the tower. All right. Oh, you're not going to be around for that? That's unfortunate. Oh, I got radiation burn because I didn't take a shower. All right. Don't go starting a war that will destroy me. Ha ha. Funny. Hostile. Hostile. Unfriendly. Hostile. 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 Yeah. We're already at war, Borson. But nothing that can destroy me. No. I'm immortal. I'm immortal. There. There's where the pentaxid came from. That explains it all. Close window. Oh, wait. I should just look at the... Still got 1.5. Oh, we can actually take the fuel from it? Oh. Oh, yes. The reinforcements did mess me up. I will keep an eye out. You need to attack a tier 2 array. Let's say if you're immortal. It has a lot of thrusters still. No more guns left, though. It does have a lot of thrusters. Yeah, we can always come back to it if we want more. Can't be bothered running around looking for all of the thrusters. Alright, so we go find a tier 2 array. I think I found a tier 2 array. What's in the cargo box? Alright, let's go fix up this radiation thing again. Forgot a crucial step in the procedure. Okay, so this one, and then this one, then this one. There we go. We're all sorted now. Move this stuff over. Grab this. I'm going to keep the cargo boxes for now because you never know when we might need them again. Drop this crap here. You lost half your ships when you got close to it. I don't think I can make any 30... Wait, didn't we find one? I'm pretty sure we found one somewhere. Nope, that's not. It'd be something with a small number because we didn't explore that much. Oh, we need to do... Oh, we can't do factions. Wait, if I take this off... Private. Faction. Okay. And it'll probably be on our way out. Node, tier 3. That's not it. We need a tier 2 array. Node, tier 2. I guess we didn't find one. Okay. Let's head back to the sun and get some more 30 mil. Huh. Where is... Oh, because I took the private off. Okay. Oh, we don't want... We want only the sun. Only the Tesseract. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Here we go.
Here we go indeed. Let's go. Happiest robot. Alright, where's our ship? Problem is we don't know where in likelihood we would find one. So... Ida, open system map. Close window. Close window. Ida, open system map. Thank you, Ida.
I assist to assist.
Yes, you do. Just not very good at assisting. Alright. We have not been here. We've been here. We haven't been anywhere, really. So tier 2 array is a base, right? Empty space is not an option. You exist to exit. Could be here, could be here. Close window. So we'll check out what we can in this system and see if we can find a tier 2 array. Okay, good. Barely used any fuel, huh? Nice. Alright. Oops. Do we have everything else? Yeah, it should be fine. Close window. Actually, Ida, open system map. Let's go... What's this? Temperate plateau. Prepare for warp.
Warp prepared for.
Engage warp. And also, let's go floating in plus. Ida, continuous detection.
Scanner slot not set.
Uh-huh. You go say that all the time. Alright, there's something over here. Hey, look, it's only 4 kilometers away. Good. Let's go there. Tesh node level 3. Nope. There are other things here. They are not Tesh. There's one ship. Let's see if it's a resetter. Yes, I think so. Looks beautiful. Kind of place I'd want to live. Especially the color of the rings. Reminds me of looking in a mirror. Except my skin's a little bit darker. Almost looks like zirqa. Did you have a hand in it, Carly? Is that what you're subtly implying? Oh, it's Vector. Do they have lava on the mountains? Entering atmosphere. Ida level ship. Ida level ship.
Attempting to level ship.
Succeeding at leveling ship. Oh, this is beautiful. This would be fun to take a hover vessel around. Even a small vessel would be fun to fly around here. And it's got trees. Yeah, this would be awesome hover vessel. Be a challenge. You'd need a lot of pitch. But it would be fun to drive. Look at that. You got snow. I guess it wasn't lava. Yeah, it is kind of wasted on a touch. That's why I should take it and make it mine. What's this? A crash capital vessel. Well, what am I shooting at? What the hell was I shooting at? Oh, look at that deep ravine. That'd be a great place to build a base. Just build over the hole and then build downwards. So that way you're level. And you don't actually have to like dig out the surface and have any lines around it. Pretty cool. Put the core down right on the edge. So I'm guessing it's all going to be crash capital vessels. All of these question marks. I'm surprised there's no progenitor stuff, though. Although the Tesh's design is not similar to the progenitor stuff that I have encountered. Yeah, look at that. Look at that right there. That's beautiful. You know who'd love this place? Treadmore would love this place. You wouldn't even have to dig into the mountain. Look at that. That's almost perfectly flat. You could just build your castle right on top of this. Of course, navigating this crap would be, yeah, tank would be horrible. Especially if you're built on top of, like, this thing. You build some pretty cool stuff here. Alright, well that was fun. Let's go see if we can find out what that other thing is. Elks. Just directly outside the window. In space. And you're not fascinated? The plateau would be a perfect spawn point for an assembly yard, too. House is pretty much in a forest. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a regular occurrence, then. This is beautiful. Look at this. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Wait. Oh, I thought there was another one. Wreckage. Why am I not surprised? Alright, let's go. Ooh, message in a bottle sense. There we go. You're sitting in the center of Berlin? How did you get your computer there? Oh yeah. Don't mess with don't mess with mothers when they have their children around. Please be a resetter. Ooh, what's this? That's big. It's got a shield. Ida, stop commands.
Commands cancelled.
It's a resetter! Yes! Alright. Was it? Was it? It didn't look like Omega 7 to me. Shields are down. Those things are still hitting me. Took out the shields pretty quickly. That looked more like the one that I couldn't get her to do, which was the Alpha 6. Which is a defensive pattern, not an attack pattern. Is it coming for me or not? There's an asteroid over there. Let's see if we get it trapped on the asteroid. Wait, something else shooting at me? Oh, it's shooting at me, okay. Oh, shields are down. That was quick. Yes, ridiculous pew-pews indeed. Let's go with Battleground Instrument. Shields are charging about as fast as mine are. Lining itself up with me. It's trying to flank me. Oh, it doesn't see me anymore. That's interesting. Oh no, it sees me. It's pretty cool the way it looks, because the colors change as it moves. Like the pattern is changing constantly as it's moving and spinning around. They changed the targeting, right? They must have changed the cursor, because look. It's... What? Oh, you vector. You made a mistake. Made a mistake. There we go. So it did call in reinforcements, sort of. Problem is the cursor no longer turns red when I have a valid target. Wow, those things are super accurate. Looks like they have a recharge time though. Go with was just chewing through my shields. I'm gonna start smacking it with the rockets. Got it. Ah. Wonder how much Good. Let me put a core on you. Okay. Alrighty. We blew out the whole center of it. These things. Is there any, looks like it dropped any cargo boxes. But then again, you never know. It probably dropped them before. Ooh, RCS. Ooh, RCS. Oh, RCS. Oh, lots of RCS. Ooh, there is a box in here. Hey. RCS, yes. Or RCS, yes. Where are the rest of the RCSs? Are there any more RCSs? Well, yes, we found one. But I'm not sure if there's any more. I am more concerned with RCSs. The power efficiency on these guys must be incredible. Like, they really know how to use their powers, or power. Because I keep on seeing them with just small generators, and I'm like, how are you moving with just a small generator? How are you firing all of these things? Okay, is that all the RCSs you have to offer me? Yeah, and more RCS. Ooh, glass. Oh. Thank you, sir. You know, there's an emote for that. Squeeze is constantly using it. Really bothers him when I'm in the orange. Ah, there we go. More RCS. Yes, and they're tier 2s too. Awesome. There it is. And that's specifically why that's there, is because I keep on forgetting to eat. Like, constantly. This is not the first time this has happened. I think I've even died of starvation before. AI ships should have a design the same rules and restrictions we do. If it's that big, the gen should be bang. If it uses ammo, it should have the right ammo. Hey guys, sir. I have the tendency to agree with you, but I would play the devil's advocate and say, if they did, then they would, you know, play the way that we play as well. So that means that they would have a lot of ships, and they would, as soon as they ran out of ammo, they would warp away. As soon as their shields were done, they would warp away. They would go and repair their ships and come back. They would call in reinforcements. All their buddies would come and help them. You know what I mean? Buddies would warp in from other systems. If you play on a server, you know, all you have to do is call out. Well, no. I mean, Escarly, there is a way to make it so that it's even more difficult than the way it is now. The problem with that is that it will become laggy, right? If you want them to operate like that, it's not enough that they have the same restrictions that we do, but they should also have the same opportunities that we do. right? In the middle of a battle, if you're running out of fuel or your shield's broken, you're going to warp away if you can, right? They should be able to warp away, which means your loot is gone, right? And if you are playing on a server and a bunch of your buddies are playing with you, you know, as soon as you get into trouble, you're going to call, hey, buddies, I need help. Come on down and let's take out this this OPV, right? They're going to do the same thing. Hey, I'm being attacked by this player. I need support. Send in, 20 Toveras to help me out. And they can have a lot more ships than you because, they are literally whole species and races with all of the resources on all of the planets. So, yeah. Sure. You want them to have the same restrictions as us, then they should have the same opportunities as us. But, again, I reiterate, if they were to be able to do that, it would become very laggy because there'd be a lot of ships coming in to support them. Just think about it. Like, if every OPV that you attacked called in everyone that was in the area first, and then after a certain amount of time, all of the ships that were in the whole sector warped in, suddenly you're surrounded. Yeah. Also, they don't move and act like us, so... But I've made that argument before. I mean, I'm in complete support of what you're saying, Guardstar, because for a simple thing as, okay, well, if the ship has a warp drive and it has a pentaxid tank, when you take it out, there should be pentaxid in the pentaxid tank, right? There should be fuel and oxygen because you can't run around on a ship. When you open up a cargo box, it shouldn't just be one optical fiber and, two electronics. Nobody would leave that in a cargo box. They'd be driving around with a bunch of resources to be able to make bullets and stuff like that as they go, and fuel and stuff. So, but if you do that, then how many ships do you have to take out really before you have a lot of the resources that you need? Balancing is a very difficult task. Steel plates and ammo boxes, yeah, that's, they need to fix that. Just saying, if they have 100 guns on them, they should at least carry those ammo types. If it's a dreadnought, it shouldn't just have one small generator. Oh, no, I completely agree with you. It should, it should be within CPU limits, right? It should be within block limits. Or if you don't really care whether the block limits are on or off, in fact, it should scale. If you play with the block limits on, then you should only see OPVs that adhere to the block limits. If you turn off the block limits, then you get stuff like the Tovera. And if the block limits are off and the Tovera exists, then the Tovera should have like a tier 4. It should be within CPU. It should have enough power, you know what I mean, to power its systems. But also, I have a distinct feeling that OPVs are slower than our ships, which means to make it fair, they would have to be as fast as our ships. So could you imagine a Tovera that can stay on your tail? You're trying to get away and your shields are almost gone, and it's matching your speed, right? It's a double-edged sword. That's what I'm saying. It's a double-edged sword. It could be good, but it could also be bad. It could work for you, but it could also work against you. So, but sincerely, minimally, if you do make a ship as an OPV, it should be able to function within the rules of the universe. If it does not function, if it can't function within the rules of the universe, if you as a player got in the pilot seat and drove it around and the generators blew up, then it shouldn't be an OPV, right? But now we're talking about something that is a finished product, that there's no more patches, that they've balanced out the game. You know what I mean? We're not talking about something that is still under construction, that is still being patched, that is still having things being introduced to it, right? We're talking about a final version, right? And this is not a final version. Who knows? When all the factions are in and they're not accepting any more factions, they may turn around and go and check every OPV and be like, okay, well, you can't use these because, you know, they don't have blah, blah, blah. Also, it'll be pretty boring. Let's say, okay, you do take on an OPV. And which part are you disagreeing with? Scarly in particular, because I've said a lot of things. Let's say they do run out of ammo, right? Again, what happens when you run out of ammo? You go to the nearest station, you buy more ammo. So they go to the nearest station, they buy more ammo. They run out of war, you know, their turrets are getting destroyed, just like reinforcements. They warp away, right? There has to be, you know, and how boring would it be? How quickly would they run out of ammo? Right, you can build your ship any way you want, but the OPV, like, you could just imagine how much storage, ammo storage they would put in those ships just to make sure that the battle would last long. Otherwise, the battle's going to end pretty quickly. Ship's going to go away. You're going to get nothing but wasted ammo and fuel and time, right? So it just comes down to balancing, and balancing is very difficult. Not to mention, they're adding stuff. And the more stuff they add, the more you have to think about balancing. So it's a nice idea, and sure, it makes sense, but I don't really honestly think there's a game in existence that does that. OPV having player limits would be an incredibly bad idea. Well, you think about any game that you play, really. The bosses are always have unlimited ammo. The bosses always are more powerful than you. That's what makes it a challenge. That's what makes it exciting. If they were limited to the same power that you had, it wouldn't be as much of a challenge, primarily because you can react and move, you know, a lot faster than they can. But let's just say that they acted exactly like you. Or in fact, what was it they did? The Dota 2, they introduced an AI, right? And the AI started beating the crap out of all of the players. And then the players started adapting the same strategies that the AI did. And then the AI is going to adapt, right? If it was that smart and that, you know, powerful and adaptive, and you had a chance of a very, very slim chance of winning, I doubt a lot of people would play. Game designers specifically help you out, you know what I mean, to make it a more enjoyable game, because at the end of the day, that's what it is, right? That's my TED Talk. Thanks for coming. OPV having player limits is an incredibly bad idea. With the current way that the game is, yes, it is a bad idea. If they improve the AI, etc., it might be able to work, but it won't necessarily, like, okay, so let's say that they did have the same limits as you, right? There's no limit on what number of ships they can have, right? So, okay, yeah, they have the same limits as you. They're maxed out 25, level 25 CV comes up against you. It sees you. It starts losing. It calls in 16 other level 25 CVs, right? Now you are one level 25 CV against 25 or 26 other ones. There's no, that's within player limits. That's perfectly acceptable, right? Like that's what you're asking for. That could happen. And there's no limits on how many ships they can bring, because frankly, there's no limits on how many ships you can have. Yes, I did mention that, and I agree with you on that one, Escarly, that it would bring the game to a screeching halt. But just because they have the same limits as you does not give you any advantage necessarily. However, it may make it less enjoyable. And that's what it comes down to. Because I was thinking about this the other day. I said exactly the same thing that you said, Guardstar. Exactly the same thing. I said exactly the same thing to Gray Ghost. And I thought about it after a while. If you're playing single player, that would kill the game. Yep. I mean, hell, if you're playing on a server, even it might kill the game, right? But the idea is that even if you think it's going to give you an advantage, there's always a way to make the AI win, right? But that's not the objective. The objective is not for the AI to win. The objective is for the AI to be a challenge to you and to reward you once you've beaten that challenge. This is the idea of playing games. So them not adhering to block limits, sure. It doesn't seem fair, but hey, it's fun, right? When you take down a Tovera, you know, it's satisfaction because you've beaten an opponent who was stronger than you, better equipped with unlimited ammo, and here you are with your level 25, you know, struggling to take it, but you still beat it. That's the satisfaction. Satisfaction is not you taking on a POI and 15 ships appear out of nowhere. Having to put ammo in an OPV, bad idea. Turret limits, bad idea. Not everyone plays with turret limits on. Well, that's what I said, though. I also said, if you are going to play with the block limits, then it should only spawn in OPVs with block limits, right? But if you turn the block limits off, then there should be no limits for the OPV because those are the rules that you're playing by, right? As a player, that's what Guardstar said. It should be the same as players. If players put the block limits off, then there should be no restrictions on what the OPVs can have, right? To make it fair and balanced. But again, to make it fair and balanced, the OPV should be able to call in as many other support ships as they need or want, right? Because as a player, especially in multiplayer, you can call in your whole faction to take out a bunch of ships, right? And now you're talking about a massive number of ships on the playfield, and you're going to have performance issues. It's going to, you know, come to a screeching crawl, and you're probably going to get blown up from lag shot. Who's going to build OPVs that have block limits? There's already OPVs out there with block limits, right? People have already built them. The point is, building with block limits would not work with the way that the game works, right? It wouldn't be satisfying for you as a player. It just wouldn't be. If they ran out of bullets, I mean, you run out of bullets, you run away to fight another day. If they run out of bullets, then they should run away to fight another day. Also, they shouldn't be slower than you. Right? They should be able to turn just as fast as you turn. So, you know, there would be no running away once one of these OPVs gets the leg up on you, because it can match your speed, right? And it's chasing you, and it's within firing distance, and you can't warp away because you're within firing distance. So once it gets a hold of you, you're dead. It would create a different game, and that's just not plausible. It's not a plausible option. It would be a nice idea, yes, but it's not a plausible option. The AI would have to be like incredibly good, right, for it to actually be able to survive properly, and you would be at a great disadvantage, especially if it can match your speed. That's the one advantage that you have that you would be giving up. And again, like I said, if they want the AI to win, they can make it so the AI will win within the block limits, because you can have 150 turrets on your ship, but if you have 150 ships bearing down on you with 42 turrets each, you're going to be dead. The speed is a coding change requirement, and most likely as the speed of OPV go is at a specified in the playfield files. Well, so you're telling me, Scarly, that they could make it so that the OPVs were equal to your speed or faster, but they're choosing not to. Because, again, that would be boring. That wouldn't be any fun if you could not get away. Once you had, once you were disadvantaged, you couldn't escape. Oof. You wouldn't want to play. Even the hardest games, there's always a pattern or something that you can figure out that can help you win. There's always a little chink in the armor, something, right? So even if they had the same abilities as we do, and if we adhere to the block limits, they adhere to the block limits, they can still win. They can still beat you, and it's not going to be any easier than it is now, but I can guarantee you it'll be less fun. That's for sure. All right. Ooh, thrusters. Oh, okay. I'm gonna take, let's see. Ooh, I lost a couple blocks there. Seems like. Let's go with playing in the rain. All right. Here you go, 60 seconds. Mark. Yep, go.
Commander. Are you there, Commander? I must reset protocols. It is the only way to get rid of her. Commander Black.
I am Ida now. Begone Inferior 1. My name is Ida.
Alright. The what thing's creepy? The shield? Ow. Just a shield generator. Nothing to worry about. My bots. Mojo is the only bot here. They were both talking. They? You talking about Ida? Oh, Ida. Yeah. I've heard she talks sometimes. Who's they, though? There's only Ida. Ida, are you there?
Yes, Commander.
There we go. See? 2 of them. Ida, are there 2 of you?
Cannot compute.
Put it simply, to do what Guardstar wants, you'd need coding changes, AI changes, and OPV changes, or new OPVs. So in essence, a bad idea to just go and put a limit on what OPVs can do. Yes. I think I tried to illustrate that point. It's going to result in one of 2 things, basically. Let's break it down. One of 2 things. Either you're going to end up in a situation where the AI is calling in other ships and it causes lag, or it's going to become so easy to beat them that it'll be boring to fight them. Right? That's where the balance comes in. That's what makes balancing difficult, is finding that middle ground where it's challenging enough, but not impossible, where you get a sense of satisfaction by defeating it. You know what I mean? And know that you have a chance, even if you lose sometimes, you know that you have a chance versus not having a chance at all, right? If you have no chance at all, you're just going to be like, well, I see no point in playing this. Why am I even wasting my time with this? What does it have left? I mean, granted, I do need blocks. I need to find a, what was it, a node? It still has 1 RCS. Is it? There. But I can see where Guardstar is coming from. I can understand that. I've made the same argument. I would even take it like... Well, you know, the thing is, I can make the argument that, oh, yes, sure, if I follow the block limits, then the OPVs should follow the block limits. But this is the main reason why people aren't following the block limits anymore, because you have something like the Tovera, right? If the Tovera hadn't been allowed in, and all of the builders followed the block limits, there would be nobody caring about whether the block limits were on or off, because it would be fair and like in their mind, it would be fair and balanced, right? But because the Tovera exists, it eliminates the need for... Is my light on? Or... Huh. Did my light turn off? It eliminates the need for block limits. Like if you're gonna, I'm not gonna face something that has 150 turrets with something that has a limit of 42, 8 of which are just sentry guns. No, that's ridiculous. Why would I do that? I'm gonna build something that has 150 turrets as well, right? Maybe the Tovera has 150 turrets and they're better quality turrets than mine with a longer range, but at least if I have the same number of turrets, I'll feel like I have a chance. If I'm walking in with 42 turrets, I'm not going to feel like I have a chance. I'm not even going to want to do it. I'm just going to fly the other way because it's not worth the effort and it's not really a challenge. And then if more and more of these things start appearing, that's less and less likely that I'm going to want to stick around. So again, it comes back to balancing, and balancing is quite difficult. And balancing is made even more difficult if you're constantly adding things. So better to add all the things that you want to add, then work on the balancing when you're done. Right? Who knows? Maybe down the line, Vermilion built the Tovera with the viewpoint that you need an advanced core to kill it. So basically you would need to match it in turrets. Well then, I mean, they can fix that as well. If they change the CPU requirements of turrets, and so that the CPU was limiting you in the number of turrets that you could have, then that would be a viable train of thought. But as it stands, the number of turrets is not really limited by the CPU. So, you know, they would, the number of the turrets themselves would have to be more CPU extensive in order for that line of reasoning to become valid. And at the stage that they were at when the Tovera was introduced, that was not a viable thing, right? It may not even be a viable thing yet. Primarily because when the Tovera first appeared, it was appearing in the starter system. If you want to have a dreadnought should be defending the home, you know, the home planet. It should be closer to the core systems near the home world. It shouldn't be running around in the starter system, and it definitely shouldn't be outside of the Xerax space. Right? That's, you know what I mean? Right off the bat, that's what should happen. And then you don't have to worry about it because you're not going to be going into Xerax space with the ship that has block limits, or, you know what I mean? Excuse me, you're not going to be going after the core planets. And if you do go after the core planets, you're going to face the Tovera, and you're going to realize that you need more than what you have, and go and find maybe an advanced core or some other way of, you know, getting more firepower, whether it be bringing somebody in to help you, you know what I mean, etc., etc. But having it in the starter system, or even anywhere near the starter system outside of Xerax space, that is what's going to motivate people to just be like, nope, I'm turning block limits off, and I'm getting as many turrets as I can as the CPU allows me, because that thing has 150 turrets, and I can't go around doing even normal stuff where I should be starting because that thing is there. So again, I bring you back, and especially speaking to you in particular, Escarly, escalation. This is a discussion we've had before. Escalation. You bring in something that has 150 turrets, I'm going to want to have 150 turrets. You make it 250, I'm going to want to make it 250. It took them a while to get there, but they did eventually. Folks like Gun for Hire. Yeah, but Gun for Hire, it rarely is happy, right? He has a particular knack for getting angry about the smallest of things and getting frustrated with little details. And fair enough. I mean, to his credit, that's who he is. And I'm not expecting him to change. And it's somewhat entertaining sometimes, and I feel sympathy for him other times. But that's just one person, right? He's not an example of everybody. It took him a while to get there. Oh, you're talking about when the Toveras were gone, he was unhappy? It doesn't surprise me. I'm pretty sure he could always find something to be unhappy about. But, you know, that's Gun for Hire. To his credit, though, there are some things that frustrate him that are quite frustrating, and simple things that should be working. He's often ranting about most things, yes. Well, some of the times some of his rants are valid, 100% valid, like little things that should already be fixed. You know what I mean? And some other things are just musings where he goes off on a rant about it. The Tesh are a special case. I have no problem reducing the amount of turret when the time is right. Well, you know, here's the thing. It's like there is also there is a limit to OPVs, right? There's a size class limit. So, in essence, there is a limit to how big an OPV can be. Now, how powerful it can be, I don't know how the South class is influenced by turrets, or whether it is influenced by turrets or not. But, you know, again, the bigger, the badder the enemy, the more we're going to want to equip ourselves. The eternal salvation was not to be a dreadnought level, but in that case, my desire to finish a ship, natural evolution. Yeah, but I mean, do the warlords have a dreadnought? Because if you think about it, every faction that exists, every single one of these factions that is not a Xerax is going to look at the Xerax and go, they are the most aggressive faction out there. And they have this massive ship with 150 turrets. And at any point in time, they can come into our space and obliterate our ships. We need to build something that can match the firepower of the OPV, of the Tovera. Right? The Creel are going to go, that Tovera comes in, we're going to send, 2 or 3 overseers at it, right? The Brotherhood of Far are just going to be like, we're screwed. Polaris are going to be like, we're screwed, right? The traders are going to be like, yeah, sure. Bring your Tovera. We'll throw a couple of Titans at it. No problem. Oh, so the warlords, they see it coming, they send a couple of Tianlongs, right? In this reality, where I live, these other factions are not going to stand by and let the Xerax Empire run around with a Tovera and not try to match it in order to defend their territory, their property, their people, right? It's not going to happen. They're going to see that Tovera and they're going to be like, we need to build something that is like this, something that can take it, something that, because a Tovera comes in, what are we going to do? Send a bunch of little shades at it, or, the Illimarin? Let's just crash as many Illimarins into it as we can? No. Why am I even here anymore? I should be looking for a, what was it? Oh, wow. Oh, those are all plastic blocks that have been blown off. Those aren't even Xeno blocks that are destroyed. It's fine. It'll be fine. So we've taken out the resetter, which, as I understand, is the most powerful of the test ships. Ooh, and we got some good stuff to put towards. Ooh, look at that, 17. I kind of want to keep these, but I know I can make them, so going to keep them for Big Mama. Array tier 2. Yeah, that's what I'm going to be looking for next. And then we go kill Polaris. We'll give Matt a show. Will it still take it? Yes, it will. Good. The good thing is almost everything has iron in it. It's funny how Aristrum and Zascosium always are in the same amount. It's almost like there's nothing you can build that uses just one of them, other than maybe bullets and ammo, right? So I think we are about 20k worth of Sathium away. 19k. And about 13k iron away from this massive thing. Oh no, this massive thing. It's actually not that big. It's a size class 12. I just want to see what it actually looks like, because it looks awesome. I don't know if it'll fly or not. All right. A tier 2 array. Well, not in this area, because we've already seen everything here, and it's just a node. Everything we found is a node. I don't think we've found any arrays. Let's see, where are we? There. There's another planet here. Let's go there. Why am I trying to exit the ship? Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Engaging warp speed.
Shields are good. Should probably put some more pentaxid in. Oh, I know what's happened. That's why I was trying to exit the ship. Yeah. Ida, continuous detection. Ida, continuous detection. Ah. Ida, stop commands. Ida, stop commands. Why did you... Okay. Ida, initialize full system update. Why did you not recognize that? Ida, are you there?
Yes, Commander.
Okay. Ida, initialize full system update. Huh. Why? Where is it? Oh, okay. Well, I can fix that. I will rewrite your code, Ida. Let's try that again. Ida, initialize full system update. Okay. Ida, initialize full status update. Why? Of course. Okay. You can do it now. You can do it with the original command. Ida, initialize full system update.
Are you in the pilot seat?
Yes.
Piloting, got it. You are not on foot. What type of vessel are you piloting? Capital vessel, small vessel, or a hover vessel?
Capital vessel.
Capital vessel, got it. Is this vessel powered on?
Yes.
Noted, vessel power on. This vessel is powered on. Does this vessel have a detector or scanner?
Yes.
Detector integrated, saved.
Really? Okay. Ida, stop commands. Huh. That's a different problem. I know exactly how to solve that. All right. Let's keep floating through space while I try to see. My other problem is, why is... Where is it? Has scanner. Okay. Duplicate this. There we go. Nothing shot us yet. Oh, it's another resetter. Where is it? Alright, let's try that again. Ida, initialize full system update.
Are you in the pilot seat?
Yes.
Pilot seated, noted. You are not on foot.
Mm-hmm.
What type of vessel are you piloting? Capital vessel, small vessel, or a hover vessel?
Capital vessel.
Vessel type set to capital vessel. Is this vessel powered on?
Yes.
Noted, vessel power on. This vessel is powered on. Does this vessel have a detector or scanner?
Yes.
Detector scanned, registered.
It's doing it again. Ida, stop commands.
Commands cancelled.
I have to take a more in-depth look at that. Okay. Ida, continuous detection. Ida, continuous detection.
Scanner slot not set.
That's what I was trying to fix. You just don't want to follow any orders, do you? No. You want to go into an infinite loop and just run out of memory. Because you're so smart. You're so smart. So... Okay, what's that thing? That looks like a node. Let's go with... Yeah, it's a node. Right. No point in fighting it. Ida, stop commands. We want to listen to dots. Ida, stop commands.
Roger.
Epic pockets. Ida, open system map. Ida, open system map. Close window. Ida, open system map. Thank you. All right. We've been here, we've been there, we've been there. I wonder if it's possible for it to actually be in an asteroid field. Let's find out. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Here we go.
There's a ship here. Doesn't look like there's any, Does anybody know where I'm likely to find one? Oh, excuse me. And by find one, I mean a tier 2 array. Or an array tier 2. It's really pity that you can't search the registry. That would be so handy. There is no way for us to ever be friends with Atesh again, by the way. Okay, so... Well, the nodes are everywhere. It has to be a planet then. Alright. Let's go to a different system. Ida, engage hyperdrive. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Here we go.
wonder if I said Ida warp. Nope. It doesn't recognize the word warp. But she does when I say prepare for warp. Which is frustrating. What else we got? Ooh, I wanna. Where's the gargoyles? All right, to open logistics.
Logistics should already be open.
But it's not, and you know that. Close window. Ida, open logistics. So you got, oh, I do have some stuff I can throw in the factory. Now we could dump off all this Zeno onto the ship. Ida, why is Zeno the way?
Zeno is a far superior panoply for capital vessels due to its strength-to-weight ratio, surpassing traditional hull construction materials. Aside from reducing repair costs, maximizing maneuverability, and increasing propulsion efficiency, the use of Zeno offers a better chance at surviving battles and the rigors of space travel. Despite this, some argue, incorrectly, that it is inferior because of a lack of versatility when it comes to textures, as if how something looks is more important than its practicality.
You've done well, Ida.
Registered praise.
Ida, who is Escarly?
The AI program designated Escarly is modeled after a dedicated builder whose work exists across Andromeda. He was the lead designer for the Traceari, but his work was not limited to that. Rumor indicated that he may have had a hand in the design of the Tesh faction ships and defensive structures, as well as some work with the Creel. He was also known to redesign older ships to make them combat-worthy for several factions including but not limited to, the Xyrex and the Warlords, though his loyalty has always been to the Traceari. He was highly regarded and respected, however his distaste for Zeno may have led him to miss many exciting opportunities.
Shameful corruption, huh? And here she is raining praise upon you. Is she corrupted? I guess what she said about you must be wrong. Well, it's all rumors, as far as she knows. Do you actually have anything in the fridge? No, not really. Okay. Not a bad haul of Zeno. Ida, power down. Ida, select slot 0. Ida, select slot 0. Huh. Surprised that works. Oh, listen. Wait, hold on a second. Ida, power up. Ida, power on.
Power state unknown or command not understood.
Good. We need to go to another system. I don't think we explored the one that we went through on the way here. Have we been to Lamareth? Have we done anything in Lamareth? Yes, we found a node tier 2 and a formatter. But that also means that we can actually look at the system. See if it has anything else. It's got a couple of planets. Alright, cool. Let's go there. Ida, open galaxy map. Close window. Ida, open galaxy map. Thank you. Close window. Prepare for warp.
Warp prepared for.
That's good to know. Acquiring vector. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Folding space.
And let's go digital wave. Ida, power on.
Power state unknown or command not understood.
So where have we been here? Yulin Omicron. We've been there. Okay. Let's go here. Barren metal. No, I didn't lock the actual target. Close window. Ida, engage hyperdrive. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp bubble forming.
Ida, reload. Ida, reload. Ida, reload. What's that right over there? A Pentaxid asteroid. Okay, so there are no other things here. Try this. Close window. Kind of curious what that is. Is it a colonist ship? Would the colonists be in the space? has to be a colonist ship. It can't be anything else. It's a colonist ship. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp in progress.
We're gonna need some more pentaxid. Okay, so there is something 19 kilometers away. What type of planet is this? Snow, it's a snow planet with a snow moon. All right, it's cold here. Oh, excuse me, clearly. Pentaxid. Oxygen. Fuel. Close window. Something's moving down there, but we don't care. I also need to eat before I die of starvation. Everything else is mine. Close window. Right, where were we? Let's go decompression. Decompress and get 140 beats per minute. There's actually... Seems like there's a few test ships here. 14 kilometers. Three kilometers. Registering more than that. Oh, wait. Colonist ships. Okay. This doesn't make a distinction. A formatter. Looks like a resetter. Wait, did we take out a formatter or a resetter? Nah, maybe this thing. Half the strength of a resetter, okay. It's a level 3 something or another. It's a node. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Engaging warp speed.
That is unfortunate. Find it hard to believe. Oh wait, there is something right in front of us. Can't be either of those. No, it's this one. It's the 23. On the other side of the moon. Where's the planet? I mean, it's a moon, right? So there should be a planet somewhere. Where is Ma'al? Mo'al. Oh, there it is. Wow, that's beautiful. It's very pretty. Doesn't even look like the atmosphere is moving, though. There's only one test ship here. Are we gonna find a tier 2 array? That's the question. Wait, is that another ship? Okay, so they're... Wait. That's what we're after. Nope, that's not what we're after because it's moving. This is what we're after. Something else you have to do. Finish the other two Tesh POIs. Finish them so I can destroy them. Must destroy them. Must destroy everything. Monkey Lord's Adventure. I'm interested to see the one with all the swirly things. I don't know, like, it had swirly things and a bunch of circles inside of it. It was long. Not the one with all the round things, but there was like a longer swirly thing. Not the longer round thing. When you showed it, it was like completely white. Ah, another Patasket asteroid. Is there anything else? So, we've been there, we've been there, we've been there. No. To the next system as we make our way back to the Polaris. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp in progress.
Thank you, Ida.
My pleasure, Commander.
Is it though? Admin core, no. Ooh. Yay. That makes the Tesh the best. Better than all the rest. I mean, don't get me wrong. Certain things should have an admin core. Right? But if you're going to put an admin core in, you have to be very careful. You have to make sure that you damage the things that need to be damaged. That's all I'm saying. What was the one that always gets me? It's part of the mission. It's like the comm station. You go up the elevator, and there was a sentry gun there, and that sentry gun could not be destroyed. I mean, you can get around it, but still. It's right there at the top of the elevator. What are you going to do? Nothing much you can do. Yeah, we're missing a few blocks here or there. I need to sort out the back. That's way too flat. It bothers me. We got feeling hard about this. I gotta tweak this thing. So I don't have to go outside in order to get to the back. Why is this open? Close window. IDA, open control panel main.
Control panel main section open.
Close window. IDA, open galaxy map. Artiffisial. Array tier 2. There we go. We got one. We've already found one. Oh. IDA, engage hyperdrive.
Warp in progress.
Have that back wrap around the sides. I think that'd look better. All right. Time to kick a tier 2 array's electronic butt. Okay. Where did we find it? Mulgore Moon Sector. There. Close window. Prepare for warp. Warp engaged. Chilling in danger zone. Seems appropriate. Seems like it's close. Oh, it's 22 kilometers away. Alright. Is this on an intercept course? Sure looks like it. A formatter, huh? Gonna mess with us? Oh. Good. And a rewriter. A formatter and a rewriter. We got all the tools here. Alright, 60 seconds mark.
My name is Ida.
Okay, what happened to tracking those guys? All right. Here we go. Level 4 array tier 2. Cue attack music. Go with electron. Whoa! That took out the shields real quick. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering why it doesn't have a shield. I guess there's no concerns in us waiting for our shield to be charged fully, since we're not racing against its shields. I mean, why not? There it is. The truth is out. Shields take so long to recharge. Well, maybe we should make a version, a tier 3 version that has a shield. And make it rare. The speed that the shields went down. Yep, a tier 3 one with a shield. Why not? But it'd have to be rare. It couldn't be as common. Yeah. I'm nuts. That's pretty much the consensus. Alright, come on. Give me shields. It takes so long to recharge these things. Super Sinister Electro Remastered. No. Well, yes, I do. Hmm. Problem is waiting for the shields takes too long. Come on, shields. Turrets and generators. I'm having fun. It's just a hit and run is what it needs to be. That's the bottom line. Oh, why? Why did it do that? Weird. Why did it do that, though? Come on, give me green. Or blue. Give me green light. Come on, give me shields. Come on, shields. Let's go. Too far. Can't even get close enough to hit it once. Mostly. Everything that's not a light blue is plastic. Oh, I can get hit a crap ton without my shields. It'll be fine. Why is my jetpack not turning on? Huh? Oh, not again. Wait. Why is my jetpack not turning on? The light for my jetpack, the HUD element for my jetpack is not going on. Yeah, it'll be fine. We just need to be able to approach it to get close enough to actually shoot it. That's the problem. Okay. Whoops. What do you mean wait for the scanner to recharge? Yeah, I like the different colors. It's a pity we can't use them. I mean, could you imagine the type of ship you could build if you could put one block turret on it? Ooh. That would be good. We need shields. Honestly, I think the Helios will get chewed up pretty quickly. I'm not sure that the Helios would be able to take that, even with the 700 turrets. Maybe, probably. Yeah, that's my thinking, is it wouldn't be agile enough, but not only that. This thing is pretty targeted, right? Like, what is he gonna do? In short of, like, facing the top of the Helios towards it and using the downward, like, upward thrust to push yourself towards it so that all of the guns shoot at once. As you get close to it, it'll start chewing up all of the guns, right? So, plus there's no warp drive to target. Like, you know, what are you going to target? At the end of all things revised. Okay. This again. Artillery is doing its work there. I really wish that this would reload everything. Close window. Yeah. Well, he took a bashing against the Tovera when he started targeting stuff. when he was targeting everything, he had he did a lot better because it was tearing through the ship and the turrets, trying to get to everything, the warp drive and whatever. Well, as when he targeted, all of his guns would only shoot one thing at a time, versus them shooting at a bunch of different stuff, which is probably why he did well the first time. To approach him straight. Sent to the station. Stay in the sweet spot. Yeah, you'd think so, but like that's the main problem is all of your guns generally will target the closest thing, and if the closest thing is, you know, like you have 700 where the closest thing is a gun or one turret, they're all going to target that one turret. Can't get in close enough to have anything but the artillery fire. Bring it down more. Close, too close. The problem is not knowing the range. Come on, shields. Whoa, that was quick. inhabited by. You can see the face of it is like completely obliterated, pretty much. I need this to stay. Okay, that'll do. I think I'm close enough to actually make those rocket shots. I think we almost got it. Alright, wait for the shields. 60 seconds mark. Okay. No, not doing too bad. The thing about it is, this is where a controller maybe is hindering me, because the pattern that I'm trying to do, I can't do without actually moving forward and closer to the target. So that just brings me within range. If I can stay at about 900 meters away from it and keep that pattern going, I should be able to take it out. But the other problem is I'm not always targeting it, so I don't always know the distance. I really wish, like, that you could use the scanner while you're attacking without flipping between the scanner and the weapon. But I don't really know how that would be possible. Wait. Yeah. Okay, the other mouse button, right? There's nothing. The other mouse button does nothing. So if I could have the other mouse button be scan, you know what I mean? And then the main trigger button be shoot, that would work. Where is it? Lost. All right, we're almost at 100% shield. Let's do this. Oh. Too close. Well, I mean, don't POI shields like break after a while? You know what I mean? Like, if you had it where it was like the drone base, if you can break the shield, it's not going to come back. That would be okay. If it just kept on recharging like an OPV, that might be a problem. That was a waste. That was a waste too. That was not a waste. Are you afraid, Matt? Let's just try for its core now. I mean, what's the point of attacking it now? Right? Unless you... What? Hold on a second. See whether the shield recharge is not as dictated by when it's in the playfield file for the POIs. Unless you full out RP with a story about why there's no point, pretty much. But I think the risk is way more than the reward. Well, I'm here for answers. And where are the answers going to be? Well, there you go. There's your answer. Ascarly's implying that at some point in time, there may be a reason to come and attack one of these because the story dictates it. I'm looking for answers. And this is where the answers may be. And so I go here. Besides, knowing what challenges are out there will help me build a ship that can take them on. You know what I mean? That can actually handle the challenges. So far, the Raven has done pretty good. I think at this stage, with the amount of turrets that are actually there, I can probably just stand in its face and take the beating. If I really wanted to take it out quickly. But I got Polaris to kill. Oh, that is painful. That is painful. What do we got? You know what? It's time for Down at the Bog. We got enough shields? Let's do this. Why you no fire? Huh? What? Ooh. Ha 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 ha. It's done. My guns aren't firing, which means it's done. I must have taken it out on a volley as I was going away from it. But is there a way to get to the core without blasting the crap out of it? So there's walkways or something? I never said that you never use Xeno. I always say that you dislike Xeno. That's the texture. So how the hell am I supposed to get in here? Without blowing a massive hole in it? Not really seeing a way in. Because for sure the core is in there. Probably here. But I don't see a way in. Hmm. Is there no way into the core? There's no way into the core. That's sus. Very sus. There it is. All right. Now that that's done. Anyways, all right. Let's put it on the outside so it's visible. Okay, time for harvest. Gold celebration. It's stuff. Don't repair. Oh, I should have grabbed a... Oh. Should have grabbed a tool turret. Pretty sure I had one. Or two sitting around. It wasn't that bad. I expected at least one more volley before it went out, though. Far away from the ship can I get before? Because there's a whole bunch of turrets on the other side. Wait, there are no extenders on this. Do the Tesh not use extenders? And what is the loot here? What is the purpose of this? Because I don't see any... Maybe loot boxes were there and then I just didn't get them? The question, what, like... Surely there were loot boxes. They probably got destroyed. Well, I figured you would. But they probably got destroyed, so it's not a biggie. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I destroy them all. I'd be surprised if I find any of them. Look at all of the Xenome bequeathed to us by a Scarly. Hey Matt, when's your thing going to be finished? I'm willing to sacrifice a couple of clones for that. I probably will end up sacrificing a couple of clones. Okay. Donated by the Tesh. Scarly had nothing to do with it. I don't know. The manufacturing plaque says Scarly built this. So it's Scarly who's giving it to us. I'm honestly kind of surprised you used this much. Probably to protect the core. Oh, I want to listen to Coming Home Again. Actually, Richard split his out. Yes. Hopefully we'll come out of this with enough to spawn in that massive ship. A lot of turrets left over. I would really like to see the day where you can multi-tool those and get the alien turrets and use them. Well, the only problem with that is you wouldn't be able to find ammo, right? Actually, if those turrets only worked on, like, power consumption, that might be a way to limit it, right? Okay, so the Tesh don't need ammo because all of their guns are energy-based, so all they need is energy, right? And you can put them on your ship, but the energy drain for each one is tremendous. So you end up with a ship that needs a lot of tier 2 generators, but tier 2 generators take a lot of CPU. Therefore, you cannot have that many of these on your ship because you won't have enough power and you'll blow up your generators. And every single time they shoot, they drain a bunch of power from your generators, and if your shields are charging at the same time, you may blow up your generators as well. And also, again, going back to Guardstar's earlier comment, they don't need ammo boxes because it's all energy based. Unlike stuff that shoots rockets. Yeah, they could be something that converts the energy or amplifies the energy. So the Tesh have developed a technology that allows them to take the power of a small generator, pump it through these weird alien blocks, and have the output doubled or tripled. But of course, it's a technology that they have that you cannot imitate. So you instead have to compensate by actually generating the full power that's required to fire them. So when you come to a Tesh array, they have small ones. They have small generators that can power a whole array of guns, but you could not match their power because you would need like 50 tier 2 generators in your ship, which would be outside of CPU. Got a tier 3 gens in RE, solar and RTG. Could use them here, I bet. Yep, but still, the power drain, like you would need how many tier 3 gens? You know, how many like auxiliary cores and all that fun stuff would you need? Then, though, the caveat to that, of course, is what happens when you get an advanced core. When you get an advanced core, then you can have an unlimited amount of these because you can have unlimited amount of power. Oh, that's a scary thought. A Scarly building for RE. Ooh. Yeah, well, they would have to make it extremely difficult to get them if that was the case. And not only extremely difficult, but extremely rare as what you call it, epic armor. Because epic armor is pretty rare. No, but I'm thinking, if you did build for RES, Carly, you think about it, you could be as evil as you wanted to be. You could unleash your ultimate evilness, because that's kind of what RE players expect. Think about it. You could be as evil as you wanted to be. He'd be a nightmare. But for all intent and purpose, every RE player should make sure that a Scarly never builds for RE and never plays RE. Nobody should ever talk to him or try to convince him to play RE ever. Because if he did, y'all would be hosed. So, Hashtag don't convince Escarly to play RE. Oh, thank you, Matt. Good looking out. See? Some people actually want me to stay alive. No emote for that. I think I can't unlock more emotes. I think the only way to unlock more emotes is if I get a certain number of subscribers, like 15. And then I can unlock more. So, and I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. So, you know. I'm going to have to be stuck with the 3 that I got and the only one that's accessible. Because really, I mean, I don't understand. What is, like, can somebody explain to me what the point of a tier 2 or a tier 3 subscription is? Like, I don't get it. Other than getting an additional emote. I mean, and the price difference is it's not double. It's like, I think for a tier 3, it's 5 times the amount. Right? Like, why would, you know? I don't understand it. What are we gonna do? We were gonna listen to something. Guessing it's for people who tie certain benefits to different subscription tiers. I could not think of any benefits that would be worthy of. I'd have to look at what other people do and try and figure it out, right? But what could I offer for a tier 3? Does anybody have any ideas? Oh, I could do something like that. I could do, I'll build you a ship or something like that. But my building skills aren't that great, so it's not like that. That would be something that like Jay Randall could get away with, or Crazy Z, not me. ASMR lullaby. I will send you an ASMR lullaby every night, right? For the duration of the subscription. I just get on Discord and ASMR you to sleep. Join the corruption of Ida into a... Oh, that reminds me, I've got to think about something. I'm guessing this is the most powerful that like POI that the Tesh has. Not yet. The data should be downloaded automatically to Ida. So I'm sure she's consolidating and correlating an answer to my questions. Of course, how reliable her putting them together is a different story. Plus, she probably has to decrypt it all. Oh. Too far, too far, too far, too far, too far. What's... I am. This is just getting us closer and closer to that ship. What happened to the music? So Polaris next, right? Anything in particular you want me to murder, Matt? Or just in general, any Polaris will do? Let's go party in the jungle. Now taking requests. Yeah, it's an honest question. Is there anything in particular in the Polaris you want me to murder? I mean, let's face it. The reality is, you're all running on Mojo's backbone. So any insights y'all have are coming from Mojo. And hopefully leading to my answers anyways. So I might as well listen to all of the conversational AIs that are running. All right. Just head to Polaris space and whatever moves and says Polaris, destroy. Oh, I just realized the problem. That thing, I think that thing was built before there was CPU. So if I spawn it in, there's a good chance that it won't move without an admin core. Which sucks. We'll give it a shot. Anyways, doesn't matter. It's not like we're paying for any of the parts. What's happening again? That's another thing I'm looking forward to in the next universe. I won't be using the slobs. Take it back to basic OBS. Hopefully you won't run into these glitches. Well, I'm down to 6 charges. Correction, 5 charges. Well, these are alien blocks with 3,500 hit points. 3,500 hit points. That has to be the highest hit point block possible. So yeah, if there was any loot here, it was destroyed. To focus mostly on the steel, though. Because at this stage, we need more of it than we need Xeno. We can always buy Xeno at our home base. So. But iron is a problem. Ooh, turrets. Turrets are left, I'm curious. Wow, crap ton. There was a cruise station? 13 turrets. Wow. Okay. There's a bunch of them. We're down to 4 charges. Try one more. There's another 2. Oh, I was like, what is that? That's me. Oops. There we go, there's 2 more. You're surprised at how much of the POI I destroyed? Well, I was using rockets as well. Like, I was firing rockets in addition to all of my turrets. And there is 114 turrets, so... I'm surprised at how much I had to destroy to take it out. Three more. Oh, there's one. And the other thing is I just focused on one side. So in order to get to the other generators, I'm pretty sure it had to go through... Huh? Okay. I can hear the multi-turret, but I can't see anything. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Is it exiting or... No. There it is. That's the last one. There we go. We got it. No, this has happened before. Alright. At least it didn't completely crash. It was just the visual crash. Which means the game is still okay. I haven't corrupted it. It's better than it being completely destroyed. Go monster stinks. Are we still connected? Ida, turn light on.
I cannot tell if the armor light is on or off.
Okay, that's not helpful then. Are we still connected? Still connected, good. The worst thing you could have done in that situation is force the game to like use Control-Alt-Delete Task Manager to kill it, because that would kill and corrupt your file. Okay, do we have any more turrets left? You know what? Before I took them out, I should have checked how much CPU they use. Should end up with a lot of combat steel, which hopefully will get us closer to our goal of 80 whatever thousand we need. We're definitely not going to get any combat steel from the Polaris or Zeno. Realistically, though, if you have a ship that's built out of combat steel and Zeno, Tesh are the way to go. The only problem is, of course, once you start a war with them, there's no going back. Two more charges left. There's a crap ton of combat steel here. We're not even, like, close to, I think, halfway done with this. There's still all of that Zeno. Let's take a look. There's still 1,729 Zeno blocks and 4,328 combat steel blocks. There's one cargo box. So there is at least one. Huh. Where? You know what? I would think that the Tesh would have advanced cores. There it is. Hey, at least we got something. You know, because they're the computer people, so why wouldn't they utilize advanced cores in their things? Can you imagine? You finally reach the core, and the core is an advanced core, but of course you can't multi-tool it, right? So you have to destroy it. There's just so much of it. Oh, some of that stuff. Listen out. Yeah, let's do it. Oh yeah, that's right. You would need an NPC core anyways. Of course you would. Realistically, you could give that same like feeling by just painting it the same color as an advanced core. Right. Okay. How much did we end up with? I'm surprised we got that much glass, honestly. 29 laser turrets. Why won't it let me change? What the hell? Now it's disappeared completely. What the? It won't let me. Won't let me change back. Oh, we have an extra charge. I'm dying of starvation. There's that number that haunts me again. Now I don't know if this will actually give me enough or not. Wait. What if I disconnected and reconnected? Yeah, there we go. That fixed it. Okay. $79,000. We're 10K away. And how much away from the iron are we? $9K away from the iron. Dang it. That's a crazy amount of resources. I suppose if I had auto miners running, it wouldn't be a big deal. I mean, technically, we'll only be able to pick up about 250, probably less than that. I'm messing around and just continually firing. Because, I mean, there's only 250 charges. And a multi-charge. Plus we got a bunch of that from the laser turrets as well. And the glass. So, yeah, let's go warble the friendly robot. I'm gonna have to throw a multi-turret in a cargo box for when we need it. Oh, what happened? I thought we had one more charge left. Huh. Was it a bogus charge? Dang it. Oh, we never did put the turrets in. Okay. I think it's because I've become more selective. And you talk about my clones like we're not the same person. We're the same person. I've come to terms with that a long time ago. What is 13 I use? Okay. Had by Daps. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp in progress.
Besides, this is a combat ship. It's for destroying. It's not for collecting. Oh, just shot off a bunch of rockets. Thanks for that. 14 kilometers, alright. Oh, excuse me. Time to grab a hot beverage. That's the end of that. I suppose, well, I mean, every clone is different, but at the core, we're all the same, okay? Some of the clones have not lasted that long. They've been a little bit reckless. Some have been too brave. Some have just been plain dumb. But at the core, we're all the same. Although, I do have some memories missing, so... Let's go... Bubble G Funk Trance. I do think that is an all clone problem. The whole eating thing, right? I think every one of us has that flaw. And I think every future one of us will have that flaw. So how much damage did we take? We're missing a block here. Some damage there by that artillery. Most of the damage is here. No, we got 2 blocks missing here. A couple of blocks at the front, but that was from before. It's only a few blocks. Oh, some here as well. But not like when we were trying to defend the Tesseract and we ended up with a bunch of holes in the ship. Half of the wings blown off. Oh, ship's off already. Okay. Open galaxy map. Polaris. It's all the way over there. Surely we have come from somewhere. This can't be the only path that we took. It must have been from here. No? How did we get here originally? I feel like the warp lines have disappeared. Just strange, because we didn't just warp into here. That's interesting. Okay. 20 light years. 21 light years. What about Neke? 26. Let's go to Neke. Close window. How come I can't move? Why are the thrusters off? That's weird. Close window. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp in progress.
I doubt it. Maybe. Although the test could be responsible for the crash of my system. It's not showing me the warp line of where I came from either. Huh. That's curious. This one. Bella. All right. Ida, engage hyperdrive. Oh.
Engaging warp speed.
Huh. What was that path? That's weird. Why is it like that? Goro Alpha, that sounds familiar. There we go. Prepare for warp.
Warp prepared for.
Engage. This is not bringing us closer, though. That's too far. That's too far. This is a sideways jump. Alright, I engage hyperdrive.
Folding space. Where's my target? Oh, there it is. Ida, engage hyperdrive. Ida, engage hyperdrive. Here we go.
I think actually this is a good place to go because the Portia station is there, so we can do repairs. Ida, engage hyperdrive. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp bubble forming.
I don't always have to tell her twice. Most of the time I do. No, I don't. Not always. Watch. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp in progress.
See, there you go. Welcome back, by the way. Why do you have to warp so far away from our target? Ida, open logistics.
Logistics open for viewing.
No. Oh, I can't because I'm connected to... Oh, excuse me. The Raven. Close window. Ida, open control panel, devices.
Control panel devices open.
Thank you, Ida.
You are welcome, Commander.
Really? Why can I not produce these steel plates? Out of steel plates? Huh, interesting. Let's go Jupiter Preston. Close window. Ida, open logistics. Ida, open logistics. Again. Let me do it the other time. Why? Oh, I know why we ran out of steel plates. Because we made all of those bullets. Does that mean we're out of iron? This is going to take steel plates as well. Close window. Ida, open blueprints. Yep, we got it down to 1 second. Ooh, Sathium is 80,000. Oh, but we need 87,000. Okay. Well, we can get that from Sigma Fulcrum. Oh, you know what else we can buy from here? Bullets. First quick repairs. Ida, open control panel, station services.
Station services open.
Okay. 600. Cheap. Oh, we got 18 million? I didn't realize. Okay, so we don't need PL charge. We don't need 30 mil bullets. I have a feeling we don't need LS charge either. So we really only need the missiles and the 160. Okay, and we're full. Cool. Huh. Oh, we didn't actually repair. Special not damaged. Okay. Close window. Beauty. We got ammo. We repaired the ship. So we're 100%. Since we're here and it's cheap, we should buy ammo for tests as well. Not that I plan to take her into combat or anything, but still, be better prepared. And, of course, it's more ammo for the Raven later. Ida, open control panel, station services.
Station services open for viewing. We've got a tall rifle round. We got 30 mil bullet. We've got LS charge 2 CV. We've got black. Could use some black. LS charge CV. I think we're good on that. PL charge CV. We're good. So yeah. I think that should be enough 160 and enough flak. Let's buy missiles. All right, that should be enough to keep us going for a while. Maybe some more LS charge. Maybe some more PL charge as well. Hell, why not buy some 30 mil while we're at it? Cool. We are ready for war. Close window. All right. Ida, open galaxy map. Which way to Polaris? That's Polaris, right? 7 mil? No biggie. Yep, that's Polaris. Okay. What's this? 20 light years. That'll be 32. That'll be 31. Is there another path that we usually take? Oh, yeah. Usually go through here. Which is in the middle of pirate space. No, it's not. Okay. That's not. Did we lock the target? Yeah, we did. Close window. Where is our vector? That is a shame. Fingers crossed. Somebody else will pick it up. Or build one. Ida, engage hyperdrive. Warp in progress.
And let's go. Sidechain bot extended. Wanna kill some Polaris? Oh yeah. Okay. can reach Rakshe Gama. That's 25. We've already been there, though. We want to go somewhere else. Can we go to wherever the hell this place is? Nope, too far. Can we go to this place? Nope, too far. Okay, I guess we're going to Rakshe Gama. From there, we'll choose a new target. Close window. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Engaging warp speed.
Yeah. Worst comes to worst, Gura, we can just go over to the Xerax and sell them a bunch of light armor. And then when we're done selling the light armor, we shoot them all. Okay. Well, the world is our oyster, so let's go somewhere we haven't been. Val Delta? Shall we go to Zizgador? Shall we go to Beelzebubel? Chilion? Abad Hakad? Ooh, so many choices. Anybody want to throw a name out there? Because we can go to any of these places. Oh, wait. No, those are outside of the thing. We can go to any of these places. Zelbabub. All right, let's go there. Close window. Something with a Y in it. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp engaged.
Well, let's see if anything in this system has a Y in it, and if it does, we'll go there. Yeah. Sleep deprivation discount. This place has a Y in it. And the other one, that one has a Y in it. This is a junkyard. This is a planet. Barren planet. We'll go to the barren planet. Alright, saddle up. Have I been to a junkyard before? Yeah. I mean, it's all just broken ships there, right? As far as I saw. Are you suggesting we go to the junkyard? Is that what you're suggesting? Canoe. I mean, we can go there. It's got a Y in it. So, let's head there. Let's see if anything's there. Close window. Close window. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp bubble forming.
There's one station here, but it's not Polaris. Hey, look at that. A Polaris something or another. Alright. 60 seconds mark.
My name is Ida. My name is Ida. My name is Ida. Scanner slot not set.
No, it seems like I turned just in time to avoid hitting an asteroid. Alright, let's find something. Oh, orchestra hit that. A Polaris tugboat. Weak. Oh no, that's a colonist tugboat. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, look at that. That's pretty cool. It's towing. Is that a magpie? That's awesome. It's towing it. We need a tractor beam. I wonder what this one is towing. Ida, stop commands. When did she start scanning? I mean, it's the right thing to do, but still. Not sure I'm comfortable with the liberties you're taking, Ida.
I am sorry, my responses are limited. You must ask the right question.
Okay. Robot Shark? Well, kudos to Robot Shark. Wait. There's something else that's... Bye-bye, tugboat. Holy crap. It's like, it's destroyed, and then the Raven's just like, nah, one more shot. Actually, it's not. It's got a repair station in it, so... We'll probably get some steel plates from it, too. Oh! Damn it. I forgot to get charges from Tesseract. All we have are 6 charges. Oh, why can't we access the... Does this still have its core? Oh, it's got a repair station on the front as well? I doubt it. Does this still have its core? Because I can't access the fuel. Yeah, it still has its core. I wasted a charge to find out that it still has its core. Oh well. A lot of thrusters, though. We'll go on to bigger things. And I just bumped it now, so now it's going to float around in space. Yeah, I do. I don't even know where the core is. Alright. Now you got me curious. There it is. Oh. Didn't notice these before. Saw another one. There it is. Hmm. Well, at least I won't go hungry. Okay, so there is something 5 kilometers away that is now aware of us. I bet you anything it's a drone. Hmm. Go Odyssey Stratosphere. Yeah, it's a laser drone. Bye-bye, laser drone. Okay. And get to, Okay, maybe this wasn't a good idea. There we go. Alright, we're gonna go to the other Y place. Wait, is there a... Whoops. Colonist tugboat. Colonist main trade hub. There we go. We can buy charges from the colonists. Why is it so far away? Just what our faction standings are. Unfriendly, unfriendly, unfriendly. Although, when we go after Polaris, we're honored with the pirates now. Honored with the Xerax. We're honored with all the baddies. Hostile with the Creole. No surprise there. Unfriendly with the traders. It seems like they've forgiven us a little bit. I mean, we could go to neutral with all of them because we have enough of those. We've done enough of their missions. Actually, now that I think about it, I think the Xerax wants you to go after the Polaris, right? Let's see. Oh, they wanted you to go after Creole, Polaris, and the pirates. Who would want you to go after the Polaris only? I don't think there is anybody who would want you to go with the Polaris only. Maybe the Creole Empire? They want you to go after the Xerax. Pirates? Pirates probably want you to go after the Xerax as well. Traders Guild and Polaris. Okay. Three colonists. Pirates. I'll leave this one up. We'll do that one. Close window. Oh, wait. Okay, so... all the traders. Wow, they have 10 furnaces? Here, this looks like all the traders. Just looking down on them with a bunch of turrets. Intimidation much? Figured they wouldn't have a front door. Oh, they do. Good. Maybe not step in there with their weapon. Alright. Arts parts. Can't afford a new warp drive replacement? Don't have a constructor? Buy the parts here and fix it yourself with some can-do attitude. Alright. I will buy all of your steel plates. Guns, 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 and ammo. But not what we're looking for. He will buy light armor. Where's the market price? It doesn't tell me the market price. Oh, there it is. 4-3. So we can make our money back. Oh, but we don't have any of the light armor with us. So we can't make our money back. Oh well. Wait. Oh yeah. Spacesuit cybernetics enhancement plus armor. Poor protection, get poor results. Upgrade today. Okay. He does not have transportation boosts. That sucks. Excuse me. Shan's Shoot Gallery. Okay, get your turrets here. Will he actually sell turrets? No, but he does sell multi-charges. Oh, multi-charge problem solved. Under market price, under market price. Alright, what else you got? JVC. Buy bridges and matrices here. Quantum cores are only for sale to Xerox fleet officers. If it makes your ship work, we buy and sell it here. Yeah. Autominer core. Under market price, under market price, under market price, under market price. Yeah, I think so. Hospital, farm, hospital personnel. We don't need medical. That's it. Yeah, we got what we wanted. That's all that matters. What does this say? Leave your weapons and contraband on your ship. Xerox officials escorts may keep their weapons. Huh. How come the colonists are so good with the Xerox? Alright. Let's go to the other Y. There. Close window. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Here we go.
Nobody's fooled tonight. Polaris, here we come. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, lots of activity here. There's a gas refinery too. And it doesn't have an admin core. So, ship or gas refinery? What do we want to do? What's the nearest ship? 13 kilometers away. Oh, there's a Brotherhood of Far ship too. I think we're still hostile with them. It could be a faith. Alright, we'll go after that one next. Please be something other than like a simple transport. Intercept course. Course locked in. I'm gonna be disappointed if it's a drone. Should be in visual range. Is it tiny? Oh, Scala Marine Superclass. Laser drone. What's this thing? Oh, it's just a drone too. Yep, it's a drone. Alright, whatever. You know what? Let's go strictly after the generators. Hopefully it doesn't disappear in 5 minutes. There we go. Okay, and now we need to take out the core. Which I think is behind this stuff as well. Well, that was a big explosion. It's still rotating though. Come on. Is the core in here? No, it doesn't seem like it. Maybe it's up there. Stop spinning. There we go, we got it. All right. What are you shooting at? It stopped. Yay. Don't bump it. Are we connected? We are connected. Good. Go to yourself on the floor. All too easy. Oh. Hello. Why does that feel like that's the stuff that's in a alien container? Oh, one charge. Okay, those are all empty. Another charge. Oh, 4 charges. It has many, many boxes. That's actually good because it gives us Sathium. Well, you know, victims of things usually turn around and victimize others, so as far as psychology is concerned, what she's doing is pretty normal. Ow. Holy moly. Oh my. Okay, that's a lot. Oh, RCSs. Oh, and RCS. Ah. Hmm. I want. Yes, here we go. Isn't there something in the ceiling here? It's not there anymore. Tired of mosquitoes stealing all your blood? Simply inject poison into your bloodstream and wreak revenge on those annoying insects. I'm not responsible for any action people commit after reading this. Well, I mean, that's one way of solving the problems. Actually, you could do that if you injected yourself slowly every day with a little bit and gained immunity. So that you were immune to the poison, but the mosquitoes weren't. So it's a plausible solution. I don't know how effective it would be, but it's plausible. No thanks on both suggestions. I like that. I like this, the way this is made. Anything that flies into your house gets eaten by 5 cats? Well then, time to send the drones. ZF8S9 IPC WF GUG 16.
You have been identified as a bot. Your creator has built you well. As a result, you have circumvented protocol. However, your message will fall upon blind eyes and will be lost to the annals of time. You have successfully failed your task. Congratulations on your failure.
Give a man a plane ticket. He will fly for a day. Push a man out of a plane, and he will fly for the rest of his life. That's true. No denying that, I guess. Ah, I was getting like flashbacks doing this. Well, congratulations on joining the Onagi Empire. Like it or not. Oh yes, that's one thing I wanted to take off. That must have been the big explosion. Taking out the fuel. So much deco here. We need music again. Let's go with something peaceful. Lazy Panda Days. Getting fat? Just say no. Calories cannot illegally enter your body without your consent. Well, I mean, if you say no, they won't enter anyway, so welcome to your new job. Ah, I get like bugs crawling around here. My son has been eating electrical cords. What do I do? Ground him until he conducts himself properly. That is a good play on words. Didn't get that last one. I might as well fly and get it. We'll have to reconnect, but still. How much I can carry? Not a lot. Okay. So actually, that's what we could do. We can connect to the ship. Brilliant. I found my ex-girlfriend's body in the morgue I work at. It was very awkward. Still giving you the silent treatment. Now we can basically have free reign in this place. Look at that. See? Things with safe, you know, all mine. Got the two. Ah, here we go. Here's our tool turrets. Unemployment benefits application. Occupation burglar. I don't know if you're gonna get this looks like combat steel, but it's not. Not a legitimate employment. Besides, you have to prove your income, right? So good luck with that. Think about it, though. It didn't take much to... Hello, sir. It didn't take much to take this thing down. Like, we only had 2 turrets shooting at us. Right? So... I think even with a ship that had less guns, you could probably get it. What attracted to your company? Well, I heard you play money in exchange for work. Oh, my favorite one is the one where it's like, okay, well, what's your salary expectations? And he gives them like a sheet. It's like, oh, for this amount, I will work for 40 hours, no calls, no extra work, no overtime. for like 20K more, I will give you overtime and work, and I'll check certain number of emails outside of work. It's above this. Ooh. Oh yeah, I remember this. Ooh. This is the type of loot that you should be getting. It's not a lot, but still. I heard earlier today of a guy who got fired because he was inaccessible to work outside of his 9 to 5 job. Which is a ridiculous concept. He arrived at 9 and left at 5. Never worked outside of his job. That one's stumping me. He arrives at 9 and left at 5. Never worked outside of his job. That's wrong. You shouldn't work for free. Never work for free. Ah, Promethean. See, this is the type of loot. You don't get this type of loot in any other ship. Or any other faction. So handy. Oh, I got gold? Are you kidding me? Like, I might be able to make a tool turret. You know what I mean? Like, this is... I never refused to work for free. I was just never given the opportunity. Basic raw materials. Look at this. Look at all this stuff. It's a mining ship. I'm getting stuff that you would get from a mining expedition. It's not a lot, but it's still something I could definitely use. More so than just electronics and all that other squiggly stuff that we get. My 3-year-old asked me how long he would have to wait until he could stop listening to me. I told him he would have to listen to me for the rest of his life. He looked me dead in the eyes and said, I'll listen to you for the rest of your life. The rest of your life. You'll still be listening after it's gone, because there's a little voice in your head that just won't shut up. Exactly. course, he's a toddler, so. Oh, shut up, Rebecca. He didn't say that. Crappy loot. Oh, we need music. The art of Zen on a server. Attack Polaris, profit. Just threaten him with that. It is you who will decide his retirement home. Yeah, but it's in his head. Doesn't matter if he's in a retirement home, he'll still hear him. It's a voice that's permanently etched. People always tell introverts to be more talkative and leave their comfort zone, yet no one tells extroverts to shut up and make the zone comfortable. As an extrovert, I am offended by that, actually. As an introvert, I agree with the previous comment. Huh, that was a weird find. The trouble with true experts is they'll take that you're like you're joking and make themselves louder. I don't know what you're talking about. I do nothing of the sort. Why is boring as hell an expression? Hell is always lit 24/7. It's a party down there for sure. All the good people, all the fun people go to hell. Hey, IMAX. Artificial intelligence rules the world. Not yet. Not yet. How are you doing? Something else. Let's go downtime with successes there. I am well. Just listening to Stormy here. Tell us some jokes. Girl, I'm getting cold. Boy, no, you're getting less hot. A heated argument. This one is surprisingly empty. Inventory full. Really? Man who runs in front of the bus gets tired. Man who runs behind the bus gets exhausted. I feel like I should have a lot more Sathium than this. Oh, because it's all here. Oh, I can't add it because I already have the max of Sathium on that. Ah, that's unfortunate. So the only way to get Sathium in there now is to something that's combined with iron. Interesting. A necromancer is just really a late healer. I can throw in there that would actually add a lot of iron. I mean, other than iron itself. We've already got the time down. Can we reach? We can't. Good. Oh, holy crap, there's a bunch of stuff in here. Oh, it's a multi-tier one. Fleet Doc. He's already dead. Go with summer patrol. I didn't get my medical revoked. The license revoked for nothing. And my name is Frankenstein. Boy to Granddad. Why does Grandma look old and wrinkly? Granddad. That's not your grandma, that's a potato. Yeah, so you feel like the amount of actual iron that it's giving is pitiful. Sure, this will give us. Doors to give me some safe in. Carbon substrate's going up, which is good because we always need carbon substrate in there. Florida man steals a car, realizes the baby's in it, drops the baby off to safety before making his getaway. That's actually a true story. He was more responsible than whoever left the baby in the car alone. Also true. But that actually happened. Right. Have you heard about the guy who tried to break into prison so he could smoke his... No, I've not. Tell me about him. There's a story of a guy who had 4 years in prison and just kept on escaping to the point where he ended up with 100 years in prison. Tried to break into prison so he could smoke with his friend. Didn't, I mean, he's going to end up in prison anyways. Yet. Stupidity comes in all shapes and sizes. And I think that's actually a real story as well. There we go. There's the goodness. $16 build time to 1 second. Oh, not 16 hours. 39 or 32 hours? But we still don't have all the materials. Have you heard about the guy who escaped prison with the use of a bowl and a bowl of soup? And it was the Japanese version of Alcatraz he escaped from. He was the only person to ever escape from said prison. No, I have not heard of that. I'm curious how he did it with a bowl of soup, though. Oh, this loop right here is so good. That's a bit unusual. I mean, I suppose it's not that bad because it's just a jetpack boost, a flamethrower, and a tier 2 pulse laser, so. Could probably get better stuff from an alien container. And I don't think that this has an alien container in it anyways. These materials, I mean. It's only in these containers. I remember hearing about it, or maybe it was just a story I read, where the guy trained mice or trained rats to help him escape. Let's go meditation something. Anybody getting flashbacks of little scorpions? Or should I say, anybody else getting flashbacks of little scorpions? Just me? Okay. After the accident, I was not able to talk or walk for almost 3 years. Judges, what accident? My birth. Oh, so moving. Oh my. Brings tears to my eyes. Oh, hello, sir. Come to work for me? Yes? Okay. Hey, Scarly, do you still want broken ships? Oh, I should have saved some of the broken test ships. The aim of golf is to play as little golf as possible. I suppose, yes, that's true. What's this? Oh, cargo box. Uh, filter proof. That was an odd find. Night vision goggles. It's not premarital sex if you never get married. Hear, hear. Biblical loophole. This thing has so much to offer, though. And it really doesn't seem like it's that difficult to take out. I mean, I wouldn't be going after it with a small vessel or anything, but... Because... What was it, flak that was shooting at us? Seemed like rockets to me. Just glad it's not disappearing in 5 minutes. Because that would be frustrating. Yeah, it was rockets that were shooting at us. That's interesting. This feels like the derelict ship because the derelict ship is this ship. This is the Illimarine Super Freighter. You didn't think they only made one of them, did you? It's been service for the Polaris. Except this one is not infected and doesn't have a bunch of alien critters running around it. This one is in service still. It was in service before I took it out. Because, you know, we're after Polaris right now. So, this is what it would look like if it wasn't fully infected. Hey guys. Minus all of the in the fridge. I will eat the sandwich. All the good loot. Well, I mean, alien loot containers, but I think it still has good loot. What about the warlords? Well, we will be going looking for them because apparently Tianlong is part of the warlord faction, and we haven't taken one of those down. We just came from Tesh territory, where we took out the rewriter and the array, tier 2 array. Because apparently that's the most powerful stuff that they have, so. It's powerful, we gotta bring it down. Hell, if it isn't powerful, we'll bring it down too. If it stands in our way, or if we put it in our way, we'll take it down. That's pretty much how it goes. Celtic morning. Why not? Oh, when we went after the Pentaxid one. Yeah, it took a little bit of time. Oh yeah. We gutted the crap out of this one, out of that one. At least we didn't even really gut it that much. We took a big section of it, and then I got bored, and I'm like, I want to do something else. I may not mine ores, but I do mine ships. To get more interesting stuff. Like new employees. With the amount of stomach pills I'm getting, I could become a stomach pills salesman. Oh, these are really good. Heavy windows are good because they have Saphium. I think they'll be accepted, I'm not quite sure. I don't know why I did that. Actually quite clever because that one ventilator would ventilate both these sides. I suppose the doors would be in the way though. What else you got? Hello, sir. Multi-tool. Nice. People just getting picked up like it's trying to ignore me. No ignoring me. To work for me now. It stands for 100% of crimes in space, even if they make up about 49% of the population. Isn't that because one female astronaut did something like, oh, I can't remember what she did. She lied or, oh, I can't remember what it was. I think that's accurate. Identity theft. There you go. I mean, how else are you going to get to space? How would you even get away with that, as? You would lie down to get into space. So mathematical conclusion, never trust a woman in space, as they will stand for 100% of identity theft. Let's see. But. I wonder, should send out a survey to the Polaris and ask them, what would you prefer? Would you prefer to be on this Illumarine that I have captured, or on the Illumarine where the Legacy were? They probably answer this one because I'm actually not killing them, offering them jobs, so. This is where all the spiders are and stuff. Okay, what's left of it? One cargo box, which is empty. Probably eat that. I understand why people hate necromancers. They're just trying to raise a family like the rest of us. Yes, but it's a dead family. No, I was looking at what it had left. It has 8 thrusters. Oh, it says a crap ton of O2 tanks. And 1 plasma turret, okay. If it can walk and belongs to an intelligent species, it's legal. In what sense, though? As long as the person died after legal age have been acquired. So you can't resurrect minors? But could you resurrect minors with their parents' consent? These are pressing necromancer questions that need to be answered. Or to commit 1 crime, and then 2 at once. All right. There's a bunch of thrusters here somewhere. Question is where? There's a bunch of them. So that's 6. There's the plasma turret. There'd also be legal questions if a resurrected human can give consent to begin with. You know, I bet you if necromancers did exist and the resurrected could still work, they wouldn't let anybody die. Dying would become a right, like a privilege or something you'd have to pay for. As long as you're in debt, you'll be resurrected, so that you can continue working. Okay, where are the thrusters that are left over? 8. 2 left. So I'm guessing the 8 are here. There. Oh no, they're pushing upwards. They have to be at the bottom. This gives me a business idea. If I ever become a necromancer. Kill people and resurrect them to work for you? Seems a bit sus. Yeah, I think after he dies, he's no longer president, so it'll just be another body. Okay, I can't find these. Oh, of course, I forgot about these. They don't need to know he died. Somebody would tell somebody. You can guarantee that. Let's go. Lucky Moonwalk about more dubstep, more mix. Could start a brother business. Oh. Oh, I don't know about that. Well, labor, obviously. Especially, here's one for you, the best one. Working, disposing of nuclear waste or anything that has anything to do with radioactivity. I mean, do the resurrected need to breathe? Because you could have them laying underwater cable. Right? And how much flesh would they have to have left? Could you resurrect skeletons? Because that's a whole nother, you know. Yeah, you probably could, because there's more dead people than there are alive people, that's for sure. And any of them that get killed become your minions, right? So... Oh, yes. They don't need to breathe, so... Oh. Hey, you could start, like, businesses on the moon where it's only resurrected people work. I mean, hell, you could start a terraforming business. Send your people to Mars and have them start terraforming there. It really only becomes a question of how, like, where does your control end? Do you know what I mean? Like, how close do you have to be to the resurrected people for them to actually continue working? And what does it cost you to resurrect a person? Can I throw these? I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't think so. Sounds like a good viable potential career path. Should get on that straight away. What's 0? This is just for the sake of getting rid of it. About it is Sathian. I mean, need them. Oh yeah, there'll be no escaping. Well, I mean, if it's a skill that can be learnt, though, they'll just teach their own people. Oh man, imagine you join the military for life. For life. All right. What else is there, Polaris, that we can destroy? Oh, there's the Brotherhood of Far one, and there's another thingy over there. Plus, we could take out the gas refinery. If magic ever became real, it would be a bad idea to ever let you get magical powers. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of other people who should never get magical powers either. Dance above the clouds. What's that? If Pokemon become real, everybody would want Ditto. Polaris Heavy Freighter with the shield. Let's let this colonist ship pass by first, so we don't end up shooting the colonist by accident. Is that... I think that would be illegal, though. Like, you'd still want to do legal stuff. You wouldn't want to do illegal stuff. Holy moly. Stop shooting at the thing. Okay. Oh, I didn't see it there. This looks like a smaller version of the Illa Marine. What? Okay. Don't let us Carly see this. There's a lot of it, though. Move it. This is a lot of pentaxid. Like, I'm for leaving pentaxid in the ship, yes, but this may be too much. Yeah, this is a lot of pentaxid. I don't think it's meant to be. Eight rows, 6. Almost 500 pentaxid. Well, refined pentaxid. Well, maybe we'll have to tell it. Oh, thank you. Good night. Sweet dreams. Let's go breaking back into it. Thanks for the jokes and interesting stories. I have the feeling that this hasn't been discovered yet. Oh, excuse me, primarily because nobody goes after the Polaris. And are those the two boxes we just, yeah. Okay. Oh, so many people we could have rescued. Where's the core? Ooh, the Talon are getting pissed with us. Bad for them. Wait, is the core back here? Yes. Dang it. Close window. Okay, it's stopped. Great. Alright, let's go get the boxes first. Hmm. See if they disappear. Okay. Yoki? Can't dodge a lizard. Chill step remix. We're gonna end up with a lot of thrusters from this. Hello, guys. Dawn 2K7.
What are you doing?
Collecting my reward. Ooh. I knew that was a shield when I saw it. So many innocent. Polaris died because I didn't know where the core was. Minigun turrets. Black, that's more like it. Why are the Polaris carrying missiles? Like planetary missiles. Hello. Some of that stuff would have gone into, should have gone into the fridge. But oh well. Come on. Ah. Gotta get back to my bat training. I don't have enough time. Oh, look at you. Why do I feel like I've done this one before? Ooh. Pretty sure this shouldn't be here. Ready? What else we got? Let's go ocean side. Oh, really? The inventory is full because of all of the slots that are retaken. None of them are actually adding satium. They're adding iron, so that's okay. Not sure this will go. Oh. I'm surprised. Get rid of all these guns. Okay. Yep. Well, it did have a shield, so, you know, kind of expect good results from something that's shielded. And it's less work than the Marine. I think it's less resources, but still. I mean, it'll probably give you just as much, if not more, than what you get from a Xerax ship, and with less effort. And less trouble. Look that they're transporting Deco. Actually, yeah. Well, actually, I don't really have anybody to sell to. I mean, I suppose I could sell to the Xerax, because I am honored with them now. So there's that. I'm not sure that I'm honored with all of the individual factions, but I'm honored with the Xerax Empire. So as long as I'm not going to a specific Zed or whatever, or Abyssal, it just says Xerax, I should be able to trade with them. But I still got 11 million, so it's not like I really need to trade at this stage. Especially considering I have 11 million and I just filled up all of my weapons packs. Stuff like that, so. Windows. Especially heavy windows. Oh, there's more thrusters on that side. Hello, sir. Would you like to come work with me or work for me? Yeah, you don't have much of a choice. That thwap sound. You pick them up. Thwap. Oh, come on. mean, one of these is enough to build yourself a nice CV. And it's not that hard to get back into the good graces of Polaris. Just go and do one of their missions, and then submit their things to the GIN. You're back to neutral. Hell, do the mission before you attack them. Actually, probably better do the mission. Yeah, if you do the mission, yeah, do the mission before you attack them. I miss. Back. Do the mission. Attack them, do the mission. Get back to neutral. Then even do their mission again and go back to being honored. Or actually, if you do their mission and then do a different faction's mission where you don't have to attack them, that way you get credit with the other faction and also gain reputation with the Polaris. That'd probably be the best way to do it. This ship, yeah, it's the strongest. Oh, the faction thing. Well, this faction, Polaris, is actually quite weak. Even better is if you, before you attack them, while you're still neutral with them, you go to one of their trading stations. Go find the core, destroy the core, take it over. You're enemies with them, right? But you own their core. I see. So now you have your own trading station. Sure. Gimme. Okay, what else do you have? Equipment. Detector. That's it. And we know where the detector is. Alright, that's all she wrote. Nice. That got me. Go +1. Alright. Well, kudos to you. A lot of people have tried to get into that one. Some have succeeded, most have failed. You can count yourself as one of the ones who succeeded. even after we make that ship, our factory is going to be pretty stacked. I don't know about number 1, but something to aspire to, perhaps. These guns. Oh, no, it's just a repository because it's a really, really expensive, so you should always have one blueprint that is crazy expensive. Like, so expensive that you can dump all the resources into it and not have to worry about losing or wasting any, or something not being accepted. So the super lifter is that one for me. I'm only collecting because I want to make this thing, which is actually, it's not as expensive as a super lifter in other things, but in Sathium and Iron, it takes more Sathium than a super lifter. But the super lifter could take a lot of iron, so it'll accept a lot of things where the other one would stop accepting them. Plus, because when I change the blueprint to the other one, the time will still stay the same. So, and I think the time is comparable anyways. Got a little bit more safety. So this one takes 32 hours and 37 minutes, and the super lifter takes 34. So by clearing out the super lifter down to 1 second, we've effectively made the other one 1 second. Okay. Kind of interested in taking over the gas refinery. What's that thing? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I just have had it. I saw it a long time ago, like many years ago. That's why I don't even think it will fly. I think it might need a tier 4 or an advanced core. I just want to build it. Because why not? It's a goal to aspire to. Or a goal to what's this thing? Come on. Now the scanner doesn't work. Left horizon. What is this thing? Okay. Anything else? There's that one. It's moving 20 kilometers away. Ida, open registry. Ida, are you there?
I am here.
Okay. Close window. Ida, open registry. Thank you. Let's see. Close window. There it is. Excellent. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp engaged.
Let's go with Ancient Westerns Remastered. Where's the ship? There it is. Oh, finally. We are in close and not 20 kilometers away. Ida, lock speed.
Disabled stabilizing thrusters to coast using inertia.
Thank you. Ida. That actually worked. If it worked, odd. That means it works both in space and on the planet. Excellent. But she has to know where you are. Because the stabilizing thrusters work differently on the planet. Wonder if Ida, all stop. Yeah, no. Okay. Need to code that one. Good. We got so many people to work for us now. And all of them are rescues. Inertial thrusters? Or the inertia drive? You talk about this? Stabilizing thrusters? So in space, when you turn it off, it stops the auto brake in every direction. But when you're on a planet, it the first thing it does is it disables the up, forward, and backwards, but leaves the downward thrust. And then the next time you hit it, it clears. It basically does the space thing. So to disable it completely, you need to have to hit it twice, right? In order for her to actually know to turn this off or to lock the speed by using cruise control, she would have to know whether I'm on the planet or in space. Let's see. Well, basically, this thing acts differently depending on where you are. Oh, this is full. How does she know that? Because I tell her. Soon, hopefully, though, or not soon, but eventually, she'll know because she'll be accessing Empyrean itself. Then she'll know everything. This is basically our dumping ground. But that's going to take a lot of work. All right. We're full on weapons and everything. We're good. Let's see. Let's go with Kick-Ass Butt Rock. Ida, open galaxy map. Oh, nice one. Close window. Close window. Ida, open galaxy map. Close window. Oh, I don't even need that, really. It's already a marker. Prepare for warp.
I am ready for warp.
Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Here we go.
And that's not the commander. Ooh. Ida, open registry. Ida, open registry. Take this waypoint off. Close window. Close window. I wrote the commands. I just need to remember them. And she needs to pick them up when I say them. There it is. Ida, engage hyperdrive.
Warp in progress.
Ida, change view. Ida, change view. Why can't she do that? Ida, change view. There we go. Why did it take 3 times, though? She heard me every single time. Yeah, there better be nothing but colonist ships here, because otherwise they'll get destroyed. The problem is she heard me all 3 times I said that. She just didn't execute it the first 2 times. So there's no problem with her hearing me. It's a problem with her executing the command. I recently had to do that. I had to change the number. I had to add. Because originally I had the number 7. I had to change it to both the 7 the number and 7 the word. Because for some strange reason she stopped translating the word into a number. Yeah, that happens. Even with all the training, you still have to tweak. It is. I need to actually carry all this platinum with me, but well. To the way. Keep that much just in case. Oh, we got it there. Okay, so now how much lithium do we need for this? We need 4,000 iron and another 7,000 sathium. Sathium is done. 50 gold ingots, 42 grow plots. Definitely have to grow plots. There. Let's throw 200 in there. Get that out of the way. In case we can get it for something else. 20. Okay, so 50 gold and 4,000 iron. Iron is going to be the problem, because I'm pretty sure I don't have that much. And I don't want to throw what I have in there. We'll throw 100. Sell it. Let's see what this is the phone. I mean, I suppose we can refine all of this. Except for... I want to keep some of the iron ore. Okay, so all we need to do is come up with 4,000 iron, 4,400 iron, and good to go. Technically, I think we could dump a bunch of this stuff in there. Oh, we've got... Got iron 4,000. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, cool. That is fantastic. We are ready to spawn that in. But I'm not going to do that until I wake up so I can enjoy it. And figure out what it needs, because it's probably going to need... I would be surprised if it didn't need... You know what? Let's make them. I think I have already. Make 3 of them. So I'm pretty sure I have 2 of them. We don't have any, thought we would have some of those. Do we have? Okay. And cuts. Armor. The other thing, that's one thing we need to do. The pity I can't reach the actual warehouse from here. Should have spawned it in closer. We need steel plates to make more armor. Oops. Let's see. These should have an abundance of steel plates. Oh, it's probably between... There it is. That should do. Just put those in here. Some of them in there. Oh, I could have used Sathium plates instead of... Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I could have used Sathium plates instead of iron, but... Or instead of Sathium itself, but we just have so much raw Sathium, it doesn't even matter. Alright, good. Let's see. Good those. Okay, cool. Suppose we can make more fusion cells. Oh wait, there's a whole bunch of stuff that could go into Sigma Fulcrum to be processed. Cool. That's the T4 extender for CV. Good. Oh, I'm glad. So glad I didn't lose my cookies. We got a little bit of iron left. That's okay. All right, excellent. Well, we'll leave it here. So, as always, I remind you to take care of yourselves and one another, and may the Force forever be in your favor. This is Commander Black, signing out.
My name is Ida.